Okay, I think this is working. I think you can hear me. I'm very sorry for the delay. I just got back yesterday, and as always happens, when you leave for a while and you come back, there are things not working. So there's all this stuff I have to fix. And I was just fixing a couple things right now. Now I got to see also if the audio and the video are synced up. I was just fixing. Let me actually do this thing. Now I got to see also if the audio and the video are. I know you're hearing two of me, but I got to make sure that the. Hold on. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3. Is my audio synced up with my video? Can you see? Is my mouth? I think it is. I was looking on my phone. It seemed to be okay. It seemed to be that there wasn't a sync issue. Can you see? Is my mouth? I think it is. I was looking on my phone. It seemed to be okay. No, it's a little off, isn't it? Is it a little off? There wasn't a sync issue. Can you see? Is my mouth? I think it is. I think it's a bit off. Let me fix it. It is slightly off. I thought it was something I needed to fix before I came on the air. I mean, I tried to fix. I didn't know if it was going to make a difference. So there's a setting I need to use. Let's try this. Is it 200? Let's try this. Okay, I just tried to fix it. Let's see if this works. Is it 200? Let's try this. Might have been too much. Let's see. Hold on. Tried to fix it. Let's see if this works. I think it's better now. Let's try this. Give me 1 sec. Let's see. Hold on. I have to watch on my phone to make sure it's better. I think it's better now. Yeah, that's good. Better, fixed. Okay. So that's fixed. So that is fixed. Okay, now. Oh, I got to fix the ad thing too, because YouTube still hasn't fixed that issue where they automatically change your setting on every single stream. They automatically change it to put ads in the middle of the stream, even if you have it set up otherwise. So I have to change it back. And then they also put ads in like 2 minutes into the, even if I wanted to have ads on. Even if I wanted to have ads on in the middle of the stream, which I don't, why would I want them 2 minutes after the start? When people already had to watch an ad to come in, it doesn't make any sense. Anyways, I just turned that off. Okay, so bear with me because it's my first day back, and there very well might be stuff that doesn't work. So I'm kind of just I hope I got everything. But there was actually, I was going to try to get on yesterday, and there was just all this stuff I needed to fix when I came back. There was stuff that wasn't working. So anyways, we're back now, though. So let me kind of get settled in here and figure out what we're doing. There's a bunch of stuff I got to do. It's crazy. We'll get you updated. We're looking right now at Tel Aviv and Beirut. Sorry, I'm just getting rid of a bunch of things on my desktop. Okay. It's a different setup here than, that's not even set up there. Okay. I just saw a report from, oh, by the way, thank you to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators being here. We have moderating. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much. And hold on. Robert's May Queen is moderating. Thank you. Thank you. We also have moderating Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev are moderating. Big thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And bear with me 1 second here. And I'm hearing two of me. Hearing two of me. Margaret Riley is moderating. Thank you, Margaret. Thanks also Christy Claft and Susan Priest-Buchner and Susan Munoz for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks for the welcome back messages. Sorry I couldn't be on the last couple days. I was traveling. Also, hey, I want to say a quick thanks to... Why is that not displaying? Now I have to do something. Now I have to do one other quick thing. I have to fix one other quick thing here so I can see the whole chat. Why is that all messy? Oh, I see. That's why. That's why. That all messy. I think the mic is a little hot too. Maybe it's a little loud. Well, it doesn't look like the levels are that loud. I think we're going to be okay. I want to adjust it a little bit. Very slight. There we go. Okay, that's done. And then, now what's happening? Now what is happening? Now what happens? Something is frozen up on me. Something froze up on me. Oh no, now it's not. Now it's unfrozen. It was froze up on me. I don't know why it was frozen up on me. Okay, get rid of that. Oh, and the other thing I want to do one other thing too. All these things to do. Oh, somebody said there were some alerts coming in. Oh, alerts in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. I'll put the sound on in the Tel Aviv cam. Hold on a moment here. We might hear some sirens in a second. That's Tel Aviv. Then do I have a Jerusalem camera or not? There is some alerts for Jerusalem and then all the way, like Jerusalem and then all across the country to in the middle of the country, south of Tel Aviv. Let me see if I have a Jerusalem cam. I don't know if I do. I don't have one at the moment. Handy. Remember also that the news cameras are not allowed to show the skyline during the alerts. They can't show the interceptions. They can't show the missiles flying through the air. So let me just show you where this is, though. That's Tel Aviv. Now, why is this not working? Why can you not see it? Oh, I know why. I think I know why. Here. So the alerts go, it's like north of Jerusalem and then south of Tel Aviv. Near the airport, kind of. Well, there's the airport right there. So that's where the alerts are, and now they're kind of going away. I'll get you an update on what's happening with these. Now it looks like they've narrowed it down to east of Jerusalem. Now they're gone. So I'll check the Israeli media and see what they say. what I'll do is I'll get this back here. Okay. I'm keeping an eye out to see what we hear. I'll let you know what we hear about this last batch of alerts. Now what am I seeing? I'm seeing more alerts? Or what's going on now? What's happening? I'm waiting to see. Nothing on the map. Yeah, Tel Aviv is the zoomed in one. It's zoomed in because there was a missile alert. Sorry, I'm still kind of getting adjusted here. Things are set up differently here than I'm used to. I haven't heard anything about any kind of missile hits yet or anything, so checking. I'm seeing a video of a possible interception. I just saw a report that there could be more airstrikes tonight ramped up on Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's something to keep an eye on. The volume is on in the Beirut shot. Hey, let me thank a couple people. Let me just thank a couple people real quick. Thank you to Dog Mom, our member, Marcus Plane Spotting Germany, our member, Sean R26 for the memberships. That's very nice of you. K-Scene, our member, thank you. Kellen PDI, our member, thanks. Bata Tui, thanks for the memberships. Bata Tui, Sharon A. Bear, thank you, Sharon. The Jeff, thanks, the Jeff. Jazz Pigeon, Lola, thank you, Lola. 0220369. Sherry 94, thank you. Mitchell Black, thank you. Weasel Acres. Teppy 9076, thank you. Shield F2C, thanks for the memberships. Also, Lisa Brown, our member. Oren Quake. Kenneth Colton, thank you. I Loves Chicken, thank you. Thank you, I Loves Chicken. Also, MM Martin, thank you. Thomas PO419, thanks for the memberships. And Lizzie for Freedom, thank you. Oh, I think there might have been I don't see any rocket alerts right at the moment, or missile alerts. Okay, so what I need to do is talk about, I'm going to have a video. President Trump answered some questions before getting on the plane today, and I should have a video of that to show you. So I should show you that. I need to pull it up on the screen here. I hear a drone, I think. Hey, Van Dan, Daniel Moore. That's so generous of you, Van Dan. Daniel Moore, thank you so much for your support, Van Dan. Really nice of you. And thanks for your note, Van Dan, too. Much appreciated. Also, thanks, JB Jill, our member. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play you. President Trump took some questions a short while ago. I think President Trump is speaking today, which I have to confirm that. In which case, we could show him speaking. That's later today. Let's see. He is speaking in Kentucky, in Hebron, Kentucky. He's also visiting a site in Ohio, but I don't know if we'll have footage of that. We'll see. All right, give me a moment here. We're going to take a look at what President Trump said shortly. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says no injuries reported in the latest Iranian ballistic missile attack, the fifth since midnight. Oh, no, you know what? My clock is probably off. Is my clock off? Hold on. Or maybe it's not. No, the clock is correct. That's the correct Iran time. The missile was intercepted, according to initial military assessments, says Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. This was the first missile attack in 5 hours, this latest one. The U.S. State Department says that, if you see right here, I'll read the top of it to you. Iran and Iran-aligned terrorist militias may be planning to target U.S.-owned oil and energy infrastructure in Iraq. Oh, the thing I wanted to mention is ABC mentions launching drones at the West Coast. Hold on, what's this here? Possible? Where is that report? Also, why is this not filling up the screen? I'm going to leave it like this. Was there some sort of alert? Let's see. There's rocket alerts in the north of Israel. This is not going to, I presume this is rockets from Hezbollah. That would be my assumption. One of the viewers said, time to pull up some California cams. I got to read that report. I need a second. Well, you can see where they are. They're in the north. I'll let you know what I hear about them. That's northern Israel. FBI warns Iran aspired to.
Turning my head.
Whoa! Why am I hearing noise? Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for war. The FBI warned police departments in recent days in California that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. According to an alert reviewed by ABC News, they say. The alert says, we recently acquired information that as of February, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using drones from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States homeland. specifically against unspecified targets in California, in the event the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. Wow, okay. So ABC News says, the FBI warned police departments in California in recent days that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. I don't know if this is realistic that this would happen. I'm sure the U.S. would be on the lookout for something like this. But it's an interesting story. I'm going to post it on my X account. I got to put a link to my X account in the chat too. I need a moment. So the idea would be that they would have some boat somewhere off the coast, launch the drones. Yep. Are there more rocket alerts? Some more rocket alerts in northern Israel. I presume this is firing from Hezbollah in the north. That would be my presumption. Wish this didn't. This is the so far red alert map. You can see alerts in the north, rocket alerts in the north. Actually, if you're watching like Intel cams, I should pull up Intel cams here. I can't, I'm not going to steal their feed, but if you're watching Intel cams, you might be able to see interceptors going up on Intel cams on YouTube. Yeah, if you turn, Intel cams is showing interceptors on the Haifa cam. Intel cams on YouTube right now has a couple of cameras. Actually, I'm getting a spinning circle on my. Is anybody else getting a spinning circle on their Intel cams? But I was just watching it on, and they were showing some interceptors over Haifa. But now Intel cams. Oh, we just saw a strike. Hold on, I just saw a strike. Strike right now. Strike right now in Beirut. Some sort of strike. I'll rewind it for you. That's happening right now. I just saw a big flash light up. Hold on. So I'm going to rewind this for a second. Watch this. This just happened. Right now, moments ago. Watch this. Right where I was like, see that? Look at the right. Look on the right. Looks like a new airstrike in Beirut against Hezbollah by Israel. The sound is low. We did hear a drone before. Sometimes the drones precede the strikes. Whoa. Again, that was moments ago. We could hear a boom in the distance. All right. So that was moments ago in Beirut. I'm going to put it up to live. Here's live right now. That's live. So that's live. Now there are a bunch of rocket alerts in northern Israel right now. I'm presuming from and I am seeing on Intel cams is showing interceptions in northern Israel. If you look at on Intel cams, they are showing some interceptions from the rockets in northern Israel, I assume being fired from Lebanon. I don't know why this is so low. I also don't know why this person can't turn off their binger on their phone. More alerts. There are some rockets being fired at northern. There have been alerts, rockets fired at northern Israel. Or let me check the latest, though. Oh, so people have been told to stay close to their protected areas in, looks like in the north. You know, so I wonder if this is, I saw so there's been a bunch of rocket launches from the north to the north of Israel in recent minutes. And I saw a report a short while ago saying, hold on a moment here. I saw a report saying that CNN was reporting something about Lebanon and Israel, and Israel is preparing for expansion of attacks. Oh, from Iran and Hezbollah. I'm sorry. So here's what the report is, guys. Listen to this. Listen to this. So CNN reports that Israel is preparing for a potential significant expansion of attacks from Iran and Hezbollah tonight. Israel is seeing indications that the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen may carry out launches against Israel, which would mark a first since the war began. So that's a new report from CNN. Hold on a second here. That's tonight. So let me just again mention that report again. CNN reports that Israel is preparing for a potential significant expansion of attacks on Israel by Iran and Hezbollah tonight. And also, one source said Israel is seeing indications that the Houthis in Yemen, backed by Iran, may also carry out launches against Israel. And I think there might have just been some warnings of people for certain people in certain areas to stay in their to stay close to their protected areas. Yes, the IDF. There's been a bunch of rockets in recent minutes from Hezbollah towards northern Israel, and the IDF has issued some orders for people in northern Israel in certain locations to stay close to their shelters. Oh, I need to do this. let me pin my X account. I'll pin it in YouTube. If the mods can pin it on Facebook and Twitch, that would be great. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. So is there going to be more attacks? I mean, we already saw in the last few minutes a bunch of rockets fired by Hezbollah from northern Israel. I'm going to take some of your comments in a moment. I just got to go over some things here. Yeah, Amakai Stein, who's with I-24 News Israel, he says due to the rocket fire, the incessant rocket fire in the north of Israel, Homefront Command has issued a new directive to residents in the north: stay in close proximity to a protected space. And just to mention again that report I saw earlier from the State Department. They said Iran and Iran-aligned terrorist militias may be planning to target U.S.-owned oil and energy infrastructure in Iraq. Iran-aligned terrorist militias have also targeted hotels frequented by Americans throughout Iraq. So that's something to keep an eye on. I want to again repeat what ABC News said. So ABC News has a story out. And the story says, the FBI warned police departments in California in recent days that Iran could retaliate for an American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. The FBI said in an alert distributed about 2 weeks ago, roughly 2 weeks ago, the end of February, we recently acquired information that as of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to, that means wanted to, doesn't mean they could, conduct a surprise attack using drones from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California, in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran, said the FBI alert. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. I need to take some comments from you guys here. Sorry, there's been a bunch going on. Our viewer Naomi said, I have a hard time believing that about Iran trying to attack California with drones. Flexburger says that vessel is most likely sitting in the bottom of the ocean. If there's a vessel they were going to launch drones from. I mean, again, if the plan was to launch from some vessel, my guess is that it wouldn't be a Iranian Navy ship or something. The idea, I guess, again, I don't know what information the FBI has. Maybe the idea is that it would be, they'd sneak onto some other ship or something like that. Don't know. I have the Beirut camera turned up as much as I can. The volume is very low on the Beirut camera right now. So I can't really turn it up anymore. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is right now. Repent of Sin says drone cannot reach the USA from Iran. Well, what the alert said is that supposedly what they were aspiring to do was to launch them from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States. Thanks so much to Jerry Smith, our member. Mega is God. Thank you. Happening Harper. Thank you. I wonder if wartime can affect the midterm timing. You mean the timing of the midterms here? Well, it could affect, certainly, it could have effect on the voting. It'd have to be something pretty catastrophic to affect the timing of the midterms, I would think. Thank you, Happening Harper. Thank you also, Brenda Dalacroix and Daniel Daly. And also Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Also thanks on Twitch to Rez Junglist, Karcha Runs, thank you. Larry Picklejar. Larry thinks they would attack the East Coast, not California. Thank you, Recovering Too Slow, Frukartoffine on Twitch, Flumpington's on Twitch. Also, Barry Eisler for subscribing on Facebook. And Brian Davio. Thank you. I do want to show you, President Trump spoke a short while ago, guys. We should watch what he said. That's what we should do. We should watch what President Trump said. Need a moment here, though. Need a moment. What's that? Another rocket alert? Rocket alerts, missile alerts or rocket alerts in northern Israel by Haifa. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you here. So northern Israel, if you want, you can check out Intel cams. They have a camera in northern Israel and a camera in Haifa. Is that a missile alert? Was there an advance, or is that for rockets? Let me see what I can find out about this. That looks more like a missile alert. But there was no pre-alert. I don't know. A launch from Iran. This is a launch from Iran. So it looks like a missile alert. I am seeing... I don't know, though. That's in the north, guys. I am looking at the intel cams. I haven't seen much activity in the sky there on intel cams. Might be one missile. I don't know. Now it looks like more like the Galilee area. Oh, I just saw what looked like an interception. It was a flash, a northern Israel flash on the Intel Cam's camera. I don't know if that was something that hit or an interception or what. Again, CNN is reporting that Israel is expecting significantly more than an increase tonight in attacks from Hezbollah in Iran and Iran. They're the current alert. Those are the current alerts. But there have been a bunch of alerts in the north in the last half hour. I think I think it's the same alert for rockets and missiles, but my point is some of them are caused by rockets and some are caused by missiles. Let me check and see what I can find out about what's going on. Israel military spokesperson holds press conference coming up. Hey, there's an Israel military press conference coming up. Hold on a moment. Israel military press conference coming up. So I need to get this on the screen. Give me a moment. Why is it not showing up? Wow, look at this. Coming up live. Now, is this about something in particular? I mean, it's about 8:30 in Israel. Live in Israel. That's in from an unknown location. It says. Although I don't know if that's going to be, none of it might be in English. Here, hold on, he's speaking, but it's probably not in English. Oh no.
ביממה האחרונה וביתר שאת בשעות האחרונות נמשך הירי לישראל מאיראן ומחיזבאללה בלבנון.
Maybe some will be in English.
ניסיון להרחיב את הירי לאזורים רבים בארץ ותגובה ישירה לפגיעה הנרחבת והעמוקה וללחץ שאנחנו מפעילים עליהם. והלחץ הזה גובר מיום ליום. אנחנו תוקפים את חיזבאללה ואיראן כל העת. חשוב להדגיש, הישמעו להנחיות פיקוד העורף בלבד. צה"ל ערוך בהגנה חזקה ויעשה כל שידרש בכדי להגן על אזרחי ישראל. אני אומר מכאן לכל אויבינו, מי שינסה לפגוע בנו ישלם מחיר כבד. אזרחי ישראל, חשוב לי לומר לכם, אנחנו מודעים לקושי הרב שכרוך בכניסה התכופה למרחבים מוגנים ולשהייה ממושכת בהם. זוהי מציאות מאתגרת מאוד, בעיקר עבור משפחות, ילדים ומבוגרים. אנחנו פוגעים במשטר טרור רצחני ומסירים איומים ויכולות שנבנו במשך עשרות שנים. הסרה של איום כזה עשויה להימשך לאורך זמן. אני רוצה לעדכן אתכם בקצרה על העשייה המרכזית של צה"ל באיראן ובלבנון ביממה החולפת. באיראן, מטוסי חיל האוויר יצאו ל-60 מטסי תקיפה לאורך היום, ופגעו בעשרות מטרות טרור של המשטר. תקפנו מפקדות, חמ"לים ואתרי אחסון וייצור טילים בליסטיים. השבוע תקפנו את אתר טלקן, ששימש את המשטר לקידום תוכנית לנשק הגרעיני שלו. זהו אתר בו המשטר פיתח חומר נפץ עבור נשק גרעיני וביצע בו ניסויים. תקפנו את האתר הזה כבר בשנת 2024, ומאז זיהינו כי המשטר ניסה לשקם אותו, לכן תקפנו אותו פעם נוספת. אנחנו מעמיקים את הפגיעה ביכולת המשטר להתקדם לעבר השגת נשק גרעיני. בלבנון השלמנו גל תקיפות של מגדלים רבי קומות בלב ביירות. אלו מגדלים בהם חיזבאללה השתמש לתכנון וקידום מתווי טרור. למעשה הפך אותם למגדלי טרור בלב האוכלוסייה האזרחית. אחד ממגדלי הטרור המרכזיים שתקפנו הוא מטה חיל האוויר של משמרות המהפכה בביירות. המטה שימש להוצאת פעולות טרור על ידי חיל האוויר של המשטר, באמצעות שלוחותיו בלבנון. במקביל לתקיפות, אנחנו ממשיכים בחיזוק ההגנה הקדמית בגבול הצפון. הבוקר, הרמטכ"ל הנחה על תגבור המאמץ ההתקפי בפיקוד הצפון, והעלאת חטיבת גולני מפיקוד הדרום לפעילות במרחב הצפון. גם בפיקוד הדרום וגם בפיקוד המרכז כוחותינו ממשיכים לפעול כל העת לסיכול טרור ולשמירה על ביטחון ישראל. אזרחי ישראל, אני רוצה לשוב ולהדגיש, על אף הקושי והאתגרים, חשוב שתמשיכו להקפיד על הנחיות פיקוד העורף. הימים האחרונים מלמדים אותנו עד כמה ההנחיות האלו מצילות חיים. אני רוצה לפנות לילדי וילדות ישראל ולהוריהם. אני יודע שהימים האחרונים מורכבים עבורכם ומלאים באי-ודאות. אני מבטיח לכם שאנחנו נלחמים בשביל עתיד בטוח יותר עבור כולנו. אני אמשיך לעלות ולעדכן אתכם בהתפתחויות ככל שידרש. שאלות.
אדווד אדון חדשות 12, אתה מבהיר שאין שינוי בינתיים בהנחיות פיקוד העורף, אבל האם מדובר בכל מקרה בירי בתדירות ובכמות גבוהה יותר ממה שחווינו בימים ובלילות האחרונים, גם אם לא מדובר באירוע יוצא דופן שלא ראינו בעבר? ועוד שאלה ברשותך, הנשיא טראמפ אומר היום כי המלחמה תסתיים בקרוב ונגמרו המטרות. האם זה נכון, ואיך נדע שהפעם באמת הושמד איום הגרעין ואיום הטילים על ישראל?
הדבר, קודם כל, ראשית תני לי להתחיל בזה שאנחנו, אמרתי שלהישמע להנחיות פיקוד העורף, בדקות האחרונות או בחצי שעה האחרונה יש שינוי.
I believe this is what it's about, because I saw some people posting about this. I can't understand Hebrew. Just a couple of minutes ago, the Israeli military posted and they said, in the past few minutes, the terrorist Hezbollah launched rockets towards several areas in northern Israel. We've been seeing, like in the last hour, a bunch of rocket fire from into the north from Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Israeli military says, alongside interception operations, the Air Force is currently attacking rocket platforms and additional terrorist infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah in various parts of Lebanon. The army will not allow harm to the citizens of the state of Israel and will respond with great force against every threat to the state of Israel. So I believe this is about, again, them launching these new attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon after, in recent minutes, a bunch of rocket fire coming in from Hezbollah to northern Israel. So I'm going to try to get more updates on that. For those who know Hebrew, I will turn the sound back on.
מה זה זירות נוספות? ראשית לא, אין משהו שאנחנו לא מכירים. אנחנו ערוכים, אנחנו כבר מלאי ניסיון, הדס. אנחנו יורים מאיראן, יורים מהצפון. תושבי הצפון כבר מנוסים, מדהימים. האוכלוסייה שלנו מלאת בחוסן, היא אחראית ובוגרת. זה המרכיב הכי טוב בהגנה שלהם. אנחנו לא מכירים משהו שונה ממה שהכרנו בעבר. ייתכן, אנחנו ערוכים כבר מספר ימים להתגברות כזאת או אחרת. ואני מציע לא להישמע לפרופוגנדה או של ארגוני הטרור האלה שמנסים להלחיץ ולהפחיד את תושבי ישראל. תהיה התגברות ירי, אנחנו נגיב בהתאם ונתקוף אותם לפני ואחרי ונתמגן. יש פיקוד העורף, להישמע להנחיות שלו.
ושאלה שנייה ברשותך, אחרי 12 ימים של מערכה, איפה צה"ל עומד היום ביחס למטרות שהציב הדרג המדיני למבצע הזה?
וואו, אנחנו מסבירים ב-12 הימים האחרונים, אנחנו פועלים על פי תוכנית סדורה.
I have another update for you. So the IDF just said that they are the Home Front Command, Israel Civil Defense, Their search and rescue forces, together with emergency teams, are currently operating at the rocket impact sites in northern Israel. So apparently some rockets in the latest barrage coming from Lebanon hit in northern Israel. The circumstances of the impacts are under review, says the military. And I am seeing a photo right now, which I don't have the rights to, of a rocket. Looks like a fire caused by a rocket in the town of Ba'ana, Israel, near Carmiel. That's according to N12 News. So reportedly, multiple rockets have hit in northern Israel from this latest barrage. I don't have cameras on those right now, sites. If I get any of them, I'll certainly show you. But this is what's happened. There's been this, I believe this is the most rockets that have been fired at Israel in a concerted time from Lebanon during the war. All right, hang on a moment here. According to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, a man is lightly wounded in Hezbollah's recent rocket barrage on northern Israel. MDA says the man in his 50s was hit in the arm by flying objects. That's according to MDA. Oh, N12 News says around 100 rockets were launched in the latest barrage from Lebanon at northern Israel. N12 News says there is indication that the timing of the firing this time is coordinated between Iran and Hezbollah. Remember, Iran supports Hezbollah. So about 100 rockets were launched in the latest barrage at northern Israel from Hezbollah in Iran, in Lebanon, I'm sorry, to the north of Israel. Yeah, about 100 rockets. So we're expecting to see, Israel says it is going to carry out strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon, maybe some strikes in Beirut. We'll keep an eye on the Beirut camera. We saw a strike a little while ago. All right, I'm going to turn the volume back up on the Beirut feed. I'm going to turn the military press conference off. All right, now it's louder. Hold on. Hold on. Give me one moment. I think they turned the volume up on the Beirut feed, which is good. Now it's quite up. Now I got to turn it down. The Israeli press conference, I'm going to get off the screen just because it's not in English, and we know the general idea of what it's about. I'll keep an eye out if he says anything super important and it's being reported on. After, I'll let you know. So again, new barrage of rockets from Hezbollah in Lebanon. Thank you, Karen in Canada, for your support. Thanks, Mary Ann McKay. Thank you, One Act CD. Thank you, One Act CD. Also, Janet B. Travis McNett. Shell 084. Joshua. Fiona Diamond. Thank you. 1XCD says if you do a search on THAAD and radars, you will find out why the accuracy and launch to alert time has shortened. In some cases, no alerts. Has the launch to alert time shortened? That I don't know. This is what I'm just passing along what 1XCD said. I cannot confirm his claim, his or her claim. I would need to do more research. Thank you, 1XCD. Again, around 100 rockets recently tonight were fired from Lebanon into Israel, into northern Israel. I'm seeing another alert. Hold on. There's another rocket alert in northern Israel right now. Northern Israel. Maybe another rocket, one or more rockets fired. I'm keeping an eye on the Intel cams shot. Rocket alert. And I'm hearing a drone above Beirut, which recently has meant airstrikes. I think 1XCD is saying that if the radars are degraded or hit, it can reduce the alert time. I think that's what 1XCD is trying to say. Now there's a drone alert in the north of Israel too. Again, lots of alerts in the north tonight. Looks like Hezbollah in Lebanon is firing rockets and drones. I don't have cameras from the northern border at this moment. When I get a chance, I'll show you what Trump had to say today, but I want to just take a second. More drone alerts in northern Israel right now. Also, Channel 12 reports Israel thinks there will be Channel 12 reports Israel thinks there will be heavier than normal missile and rocket fire from Hezbollah in Iran tonight. We've already seen a bunch of 100 rockets or so fired like in the last hour or so. More drone alerts in northern Israel right now. Reports Israel expecting increased attacks tonight from Iran and Hezbollah. Seeing some more drone alerts. One of our viewers saw something on Intel Cam's North Israel view. Maybe drones being shot down or rockets being shot down. Thanks so much, Callie Voltaire. Callie Voltaire, thank you. This map, you can see it above my head. It's called So Far Red Alert. So Far Red Alert. It's right up there. We got to keep an eye on the Beirut cam, too. I think I'm going to, I kind of want to remove the Tel Aviv cam for now because I just think we're more likely to see stuff. Israel says it's carrying out attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon, so. Now, why is this? Leave it like that. But again, hearing a drone on that Beirut feed. N12 News says police say they are attending to several sites in northern Israel where rockets have fallen. Yes, I actually have the police announcement here. The Israeli police say police and explosives experts are now dealing with several locations in the Galilee region where interceptor shrapnel and projectiles have fallen. Property damage has been recorded in northern Israel, but there are no injuries at this stage. Thank you, by the way, to our moderators again. I really appreciate it. Ruth and Roberts May Queen are moderating right now. Thank you. One moment here. De Beers, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Big thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Margaret Riley on Facebook modding right now. Thank you. One of our viewers just mentioned the Strait of Hormuz. In the past day, there have been issues with 3 ships in and near the area. I can show you right here. If you look right here, see right there? See, number 19 is where the Strait of Hormuz is, but 20 and 18 are not far from the Strait of Hormuz. I guess those are in the Persian Gulf. 3 incidents in the past day, according to UKMTO. In the first incident, the master of a container vessel has reported that the vessel has sustained damage from a suspected but unknown projectile. Extent of the damage is currently unknown, but under investigation by the crew. The master reports all crew members are safe and are accounted for. There is no environmental impact as a result of that incident. Number 2, UK, this is the one in the Strait of Hormuz. UKMTO received a report of an incident 11 nautical miles north of Oman in the Straits of Hormuz. It's been reported that a cargo vessel has been hit by an unknown projectile in the Straits of Hormuz, which has resulted in a fire on board. The vessel has requested assistance, and the crew are evacuating the vessel. Wow. The CSO has reported that the fire on board the vessel has been extinguished, and there is no environmental impact at this time. The skeleton crew remains on board. Another drone alert in northern Israel, by the way. Then in the third incident, hold on. In the third incident, in the last day, give me a moment here. Need to fix something real quick. Need to fix something quickly. We just heard a boom. On the Beirut feed, we just heard a boom. Was there a strike? There may have been a strike. The camera's panning over. The camera's panning over. The camera's looking around. We heard a boom, but the camera's still looking. Is it seeing smoke? Is there smoke coming up? Yeah, there does appear to be some smoke. It's kind of hard to see. I can try to adjust the brightness a bit. I think there might have been an airstrike or a roof knock. I don't know. Shouldn't be smoke from a roof knock, though. Hold on. If I adjust the brightness, does it make a difference? Oh, there, you can do that. That's too bright. That's way too bright, though. So that's 0. Trying to help you guys see, but I don't want to make it too bright because it kind of then you get problems with all the blurriness and everything. Well, then you don't see stuff. I'm going to leave it for now. It could be a roof, it could be a warning strike before they actually knock down a building. Let me I'll see if I have anything on that. I don't see anything at the moment on the Lebanon feeds. Hey, I was telling you guys, Lebanon news sources from them, I was telling you guys about these 3 incidents in the past day with ships, and I didn't read you the third one. UKMTO has received a report of an incident 50 nautical miles northwest of Dubai. The master of a bulk carrier has reported their vessel being hit by an unknown projectile. So those are 3 different ships that got hit by projectiles. 3 of them in the past day. More drone alerts in northern Israel. And now we have, hold on, more drone alerts. These are drone alerts in northern Israel. That's what we're seeing right now. Oh, hold on, there might be more alerts. Hang on a moment. I'm seeing drone alerts. A bunch of drone alerts in northern Israel right now. Is there a missile alert? I was looking for it and I couldn't. Was there a pre-alert or not? Hold on, let's see. I have not seen anything more. Oh, yes. 5 minutes ago, a launch towards to the south was detected. So it looks like another missile alert. Hold on. Yes, this I don't have a camera here. I do not have a camera here. That is in the missile alert for southern Israel right now. That's Beersheba and surrounding areas. Missile alert. Again, I don't have a camera in that location. So we are seeing rocket fire from the north and also drone and rocket. There's also drone and rocket warnings in the north. Drone and rocket warnings in the north and a missile warning in the south. See that here? Again, Israel said that they expected increased attacks tonight from Iran and Hezbollah. Bunch of drone alerts. Look at that. Give me a moment here. Where's Tel Aviv? Where's my thing here? Where is it? That's not what I wanted. There's Tel Aviv. Currently, we have a couple of drone alerts in northern Israel. MDA says that medics and paramedics provided. Hold on. What happened? The cameras. Boom! Another strike in Beirut. There's another one in Beirut. The camera. You heard a boom. Hold on. Another one. We just heard another one. We heard two. We just heard two booms. But didn't see any flashes. We just heard two booms, it sounded like. Now, I don't think that orange area is new. You can see the camera moving around there. Maybe that's new? I don't know. We just heard two of them. You could hear it. Oh, there's smoke. Here, I'll try to turn the brightness up a bit. It's a bit hard to see. Even with the brightness up, it's still hard to see. Oh, there we go. I got it. Look, I got it. We got the brightness up a bit so you can see it better. There it is. I have brightened it up. New airstrikes by Israel. Looks like, I think I heard 2 booms. New airstrikes against Hezbollah in Beirut. This is just Beirut now. It's not Tel Aviv. That's one. Is there smoke somewhere else? And there's smoke down there too. 2 new airstrikes by Israel in the Beirut region, in southern Beirut. There you have the 2 new columns of smoke. By the way, quick thank you to Miss Curvy. Feel better, Miss Curvy. Thanks, Johannes V93, Alaskan Lost, Just Some Kiwi Lad. Prep Mom, thank you, Prep Mom. Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you. Lidwine does not like the sound of the animals. Not hearing any right now. Maybe we're hearing a couple back there, but I need to keep the sound on the stream so we can hear what's going on. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Did I thank Alaskan Lost? Thanks also to Andy in Austin on Twitch, and Meat Missile on Twitch, and Leisure321 in Twitch. On Twitch. So new airstrikes in Beirut against what Israel would call Hezbollah targets. I'm guessing, because Israel said it is. Look at the 2. There's the two new airstrikes, the 2 smoke columns. Up more rocket alerts. You might want to check Intel cams because there are more rocket alerts in northern Israel. Lots of rockets being fired, and a drone alert too. Lots of rockets and drones coming into Israel from Hezbollah in Lebanon tonight. More drones and rocket alerts, near constant in northern Israel. Where is it here? The IDF says, hey guys, I think you're looking at this. The IDF says, the IDF has just begun a broad wave of attacks against the infrastructure of Hezbollah terrorist organization in the Dahia area of Beirut, which is what you're looking at. So the IDF just said they have begun a broad wave of attacks against Hezbollah targets in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I think we're looking at 2 such strikes right here. They say the IDF will continue to act forcefully against the terrorist organization Hezbollah, which has decided to join the campaign and operate under the auspices of the Iranian terrorist regime. So, Israel says they are going to be conducting a broad range of strikes in southern Beirut. I think we just saw 2 of them, but you're probably going to see more. Thank you, Thomas P0419. Hey, what happened to camera 9? Yeah, one of our viewers said on camera 9, was that a Beirut camera? Is out on Intel cams. I actually have a second Beirut camera, which I should have ready for you here. I'm going to stick with one right now, but I'll keep an eye on the other one. Are we seeing a fire burning? Or is that, maybe we're seeing like police sirens, police lights on the right there. Again, to repeat, the IDF says they have begun a large wave of strikes on Hezbollah targets in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which is what we're looking at. Maybe I should get the second camera up. Maybe I'll do that. There, that's 2. Now I have 2 cameras from Beirut. Because you might see something on the second that you don't see on the first. Hearing drones. Reuters reports, Idris Ali from Reuters, Lebanon's Hezbollah and Iran carried out a joint missile, I think, and rocket attack on northern Israel, their first coordinated attack since the start of the war, a senior Israeli defense official said. I mean, they were happening at the same time. I feel like there maybe have been cases when they both were firing at the same time before, but we've seen a lot more from Lebanon tonight than we usually would during this conflict. Oh, I don't have the rights to it. President Trump is speaking at an event is he in Chicago right now? Or no, he's in Ohio. I'm sorry, he's in Ohio. And I don't have the rights to show that to you. But I did see that it reported that Michael Horowitz says, President Trump says U.S. has struck 28 mine ships linked to Iran's mine-laying efforts. There were reports yesterday that Iran had started laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. We'll have to get you more on that. I have comments from Trump earlier today. I just haven't really had a chance to show them. We'll show them eventually. Checking some messages people have sent me. President Trump is going to be speaking live, I think, around an hour and a half from now. And I am going to carry that to see if he says stuff about Iran. Oh, hold on a second here. Hearing a little gunfire. What is Channel 12 reporting? One moment here. Oh, Hezbollah, did Hezbollah make an announcement about a new operation? Let's see here. Can I find the Hezbollah announcement? Should have it somewhere here. Here, I found it. Oh, there's a fire at the bottom of the screen, it looks like. A fire growing at the bottom of the screen. Is this a new announcement? Hold on, I'm going to maybe try to translate this. Hezbollah announced a new operation. They announced this a short while ago. A new operation called Eaten Up Straw, which is a reference to the Quran to describe total destruction or devastation of an enemy. I guess the phrase is al-asif al-makul, which refers to total destruction of the enemy. So Hezbollah has announced a new again, a new campaign against Israel tonight. Operation Eaton Straw. And their announcement says, and he sent against them swarms of birds, striking them with stones of baked clay, and he made them like eaten straw. That's what it says in their announcement. Basically, it's a Quran reference that refers to destruction of the enemy. So a new, again, as they fire a bunch of rockets and drones tonight at Israel. Maybe turn down the brightness a little bit, maybe. Yeah. I might leave it. Oh, a flash? Was there just a flash? Yes, there was boom, 2 huge booms, and somebody saw a flash on the small camera too. I didn't see it. 3 booms. Oh, explosion right there. And someone said they saw it on the small camera before. I didn't see that, but I saw a flash off camera on the second camera. Maybe I can go back on the first camera. But we just heard what sounded like 3 different strikes in Beirut. So Israel striking Hezbollah in Beirut after Hezbollah attacks on Israel, launches at Israel. Wow. We heard 3 booms this time. Look at this. Oh, it should say on Israel, not in Israel. I can replay that if you want. Let me just go back a second. We'll go moments ago. I am going to just replay those booms. It was loud. So how can I... Let's see. Oh, here, right here. This is the replay. Moments ago. I think there were 3 of them. All right, let me get back up to live. I'm going to go back to live on that. Now we're back live. multiple columns of smoke rising in Beirut. Camera zooming in again. It's like a fire right there. I don't know if that's an old one or a new one. Lebanon time is 9:16 p.m. I have an update from Israeli reporter Amir Bobot. Amir Bobot from Walla News, Israel. Amir Bobot reports that that coming up tonight there will be consultations in Iran, in which they will discuss, per a recommendation to Prime Minister, the possibility of striking national infrastructure in Lebanon and escalating the Israeli strikes on Lebanon in response to the barrage. In the last couple of hours, there were about 100 rockets fired from Lebanon into Israel by Hezbollah. So Israel, according to Amir Bobot, is discussing an escalation in the military campaign against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And also, Khan News is reporting also that there will be a situational assessment tonight with the Prime Minister in Israel regarding the strikes against Israel tonight and also additional strikes in Iran. I don't know what sounds like possibly Israel would consider striking different types of targets in Lebanon. I don't know what those would be, though. But this has been an escalation tonight by Hezbollah in Lebanon of their strikes against Israel. Thank you to Sobek. Sobek said the fire is from the original strike on that area. It's been growing. The blue light reminds me of Chernobyl, says Sobek. Thank you, Sobek. No by the way, in this, I have not heard of any kind of release of nuclear material in this war so far. Thanks to Powell Pablo from the Philippines. Powell Pablo. Thanks also CJ Fool 52. Thanks to Famous Facts Online. Thanks to you and your family for watching Famous Facts Online. I really appreciate that. Also Princess Teapot, Kiera 1766. Thanks, Neo Monk. Thanks, the Bobster on Twitch, Who Shot JR on Twitch. Tenfold on Twitch. Rez Junglist on Twitch. Thank you. Also, quick thanks to... Hey, thanks so much, Mendy R. Thank you, Mendy R. Give me one moment here. Mendy said, why don't you... Mendy, there is a YouTube chat if you're watching, Mendy. There is a YouTube chat. Maybe you need to just open it. But I'm looking at it. Thank you, Mendy. Also, thanks Sachin69 for the memberships. Sachin, I appreciate that. So we have seen... here, guys, in English, the IDF just put out in English what they had put out in Hebrew before. The IDF has begun a large-scale wave of strikes on Hezbollah infrastructure in Beirut. Interception efforts against Hezbollah projectiles are ongoing. The IDF is operating with determination against the Hezbollah terrorist organization following its deliberate decision to attack Israel on behalf of the Iranian regime. We are seeing a fire there. Times of Israel reports that Iran has laid about... Oh, this is Reuters. Reuters reports this. Reuters reports that Iran has laid around a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has laid about a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz, according to Israel, according to Reuters. I had missed this earlier. All right. Again, Reuters is reporting today. I just saw this. Iran has deployed around about a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz, two sources familiar with the matter said, in a move likely to complicate the reopening of the narrow waterway, an important route for shipping oil and liquefied natural gas. Exports of oil and LNG through the strategic choke point along Iran's coasts have effectively been halted by the war launched 12 days ago by the U.S. and Israel, helping to drive a surge in world energy prices. Iran's military command said today that the world should be prepared for oil to hit $200 a barrel. One source said the mines were deployed in the last few days and that most of their locations were known, but the source declined to say how the U.S. planned to deal with them. CNN first reported on the Strait of Hormuz being mined yesterday. One of our viewers, Excessive, says they aren't playing. Lewis Jackson thinks the mine-laying story is not true. Uh-oh, what's happening now? Is that a new, that's a, oh, a huge explosion. Huge airstrike. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Whoa, wow. Well, there are two of them, I think. I think there might have been, look at, now there's anti-aircraft fire going up. There's gunfire going up from the ground. You can see it there. Crazy. Look at this. Unbelievable. The camera knew where it was coming too. It just got right. Maybe it missed the first one and saw the next one. But whoa. Wow. Yeah, we'll rewind that, but that was quite a big strike there. And look at the top shot. Hey guys, look at this shot. I want to just show you this shot for a second. Look at all the smoke columns coming up. Look at this. Look at this shot right here. Look at all of the smoke columns in Beirut from the recent airstrikes. Whoa. Now you'll see it on this one. Israel carrying out numerous strikes in Beirut after Hezbollah has been firing dozens of rockets, I believe over 100 earlier this evening. Wow. I'm going to go back and replay that, but look at that video there. Look at the Beirut skyline, the southern suburbs of Beirut there. Look at all of those smoke columns from these hits. Change this to Beirut time just to have it up there. Now I'm seeing, are there more rocket alerts now? There are drone alerts, a couple drone alerts in northern Israel. Let's go back real quick and let's just take a look moments ago. Let's take a look at that airstrike that we saw before. That was pretty crazy. I'm going to replay this for you. I got to find it. Nope, not that one. Up here. Hold on. I'm going to replay this for you. Here is the replay. This is the replay moments ago. Moments ago. This is when the airstrike happened. Hold on. I think it's probably a little ahead of here. Hang on. Yeah, there are drone alerts in northern Israel. We're going to show you this strike again. Bear with me here. Should be just in a few seconds. Few seconds. Watch this. Here, the camera like knew it was coming or something. See the flash? It was a flash right there. Then watch this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There were multiple. You could see one on the right, one on the left, and all the smoke column, and then the anti-aircraft fire. Looks like there may be like 4 or something. Again, that was about 5 minutes ago. That was about 5 minutes ago, just replaying it for you. And if I can go back, probably freeze it for you. Where was, you can see the different smoke right. They're right here. I'm gonna freeze it. Look at that. Wow, crazy. And look at look at the size of the buildings, right? If you look next to it, those are big buildings next to it. Those are, 10-story buildings, and look at how big the fireball is compared to the buildings. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And there were multiple. I mean, they were not all, some of them were off camera. Some of them were off camera. Now, again, Israel told the entire area there to evacuate days ago. The southern suburbs of Beirut. But they say they are striking Hezbollah-related targets after these, after the rocket, all the numerous rocket attacks coming from Hezbollah tonight in Lebanon on Israel. All right, real quick, I'm going to, one more time and then we'll get back to live. This was just a few minutes ago. This was just a few minutes ago as Israel's carrying out strikes in Beirut. Now, what I'm going to do right now is go. So this was again a few minutes ago. Let's go to the live shot now. I'm going to go to the live shot now. That is the live shot. That is live. That is not moments ago. This is live. Look at the different smoke columns, multiple fires, multiple smoke columns in Beirut right now after these strikes. Fire burning there. Hearing drones. Fire really burning there. What now? I have the Tel Aviv camera, but it's not, I mean, it's just the city, it's just the side of the city. So I'm showing this right now. A rocket alert in northern Israel near Lebanon. New siren in Bahrain. Bahrain reports a warning siren there. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. So possibly Iranian drones or missiles fired at Bahrain. Both the New York Times and Reuters are reporting today that the strike that killed many scores of children at an Iranian girls' school on the first day of the war. Both Reuters and and New York Times are reporting that that could be due to the U.S. use of outdated targeting data. So, for example, the Reuters report says a strike on an Iranian girls' school that killed scores of children may be the result of U.S. use of outdated targeting data, two sources familiar with the matter told Reuters today. The school is adjacent to a compound operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the military force that reports to Iran's supreme leader. One of Reuters' sources said officials responsible for creating the targeting packages appear to have used out-of-date intelligence. The second source confirmed that out-of-date intelligence appears to have been used. The possible use of outdated targeting data was first reported today by the New York Times. It is unclear how old data ended up being used for the strike and what, if any, other factors may be responsible for the error. The investigation is still ongoing and it is not clear when a final conclusion will be reached, says Reuters. Thank you so much, Tiberius Rex. Thank you, Tiberius. Thank you, Phil Ramos. Thank you, TCDRX and Least Trustworthy Weasel. And Michael Donahue. Also, C. Gianops. Thank you. Thank you also, Bumpkins. Thank you, Am4 on Twitch, and Rez Junglist, and Tuck Fexus on Twitch, and Who Shot JR, and CC. Earlier today, the Oman government posted that Iranian drones hit fuel storage tanks in their port of Salalah. And there is video floating around of a large fire at the port. I posted that on my X account earlier today. The lights in the back, I believe, are the Beirut airport. Oh, they got to fix the focus on this camera. Here's the other camera here. But the first one does a bit better at capturing the strikes when they happen. What is happening here? AP reports most U.S. stocks are falling today as the price of oil gets back to rising. Since the start of the war, sharp moves for oil prices have triggered swings up and down for financial markets worldwide, they say. Sometimes by the hour. Oil prices briefly spiked to their highest level since 2022 this week because the possibility that the Middle East could be blocked, the possibility that production in the Middle East could be blocked for a long time. The International Energy Agency said today its members will release a record amount of oil, 400 million barrels, from stockpiles they have set aside for emergencies. Such moves push downward on oil prices in the near term, but it will likely require a full resumption of the flow of oil and natural gas from the Persian Gulf area to fully ease the market. The price for Brent crude oil rose 4.8% to settle at $91.98 today. Worries are centered on the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow waterway off of Iran's coast where a fifth of the world's oil sails on a typical day. The war has halted most of that traffic, which means storage tanks for crude oil in the region are filling up because the oil has nowhere else to go. That, in turn, is pushing oil producers to say they're cutting their output. The U.S. said it took out more than a dozen mine-laying Iranian vessels yesterday, and Iran vowed to block the region's oil exports. Again, multiple outlets report that Iran has begun laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Reuters today said Iran has laid about a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I can hear. There's another drone alert in northern Israel. Drone alert in northern Israel. Across the border from Lebanon. Oh, did Oman News Agency put out a new statement about the fire at the port? Let's see. Hang on. Another drone alert in northern Israel. I don't see it there. So I just saw that, where did I see this report? Al Arabiya reports that the Oman News Agency says that Oman is still trying to contain the fire at Salalah port in Oman, where earlier today, hours ago, Iranian drones hit fuel tanks at the port. It is the largest port in Oman, Salalah port. It's the largest port in Oman, and there is fire going on there now, apparently, still. Oh, operations have been suspended at that port as drones hit fuel tanks. That is from Bloomberg. Bloomberg reports that operations were suspended. There are currently more drone alerts in northern Israel, near Hezbollah, near Lebanon. Presumably drones sent by Hezbollah. Oh, look at that! We see a helicopter, right? Or is that might be a plane actually? Could be a civilian plane from MEA Airlines, Lebanese airline. They fly in all kinds of conditions there. Checking flight radar right now. Am I not signed in anymore? Let's see. Log in. Flight radar 24. I'm checking. Why is this not working? Okay. That plane is not on Flight Radar 24. A lot of time I don't see a plane on Flight Radar 24 right now from the area. There it is, coming in. Somebody said it was on Flight Radar 5 minutes ago. Was it? Well, I can't see it now. It landed. One of the viewers says it's crazy. It landed just a few minutes after these airstrikes by Israel. One of the viewers said it's an MEA logo. Middle East Airlines, flag carrier of Lebanon. Operations were suspended. Operations have been suspended at the container terminal and general cargo terminal. Well, at the port of Salalah in Oman. Hang on one moment here. Again, operations have been suspended at the largest port in Oman after fuel tanks at the port were hit by Iranian drones today. Here's the other camera zooming in on the smoke. A bunch of our viewers are saying that flight was an MEA plane from Istanbul. A number of our viewers are saying. The one we saw on camera landing there. Hey, thank you so much to Sue ZQ1. Thank you. Also, Confuse Adme, who believes that India is facing LPG gas cylinder crises due to blockage of Hormuz. Small roadside food shops were closed in big cities. This impacted a lot. I'll have to look that up. Yes, that's true. I'm looking at a couple articles about it. Indian businesses are struggling due to gas supply disruption. BBC has an article about it. Restaurant owners are scrambling to keep kitchens running. LPG is widely used as cooking gas in eateries across India. Liquefied petroleum gas. BBC says some restaurant owners believe in a day or two they will have to rely, in India, in a day or two, some restaurant owners believe they'll have to rely entirely on electric ovens and coal, which will force them to trim their menus. They talk about how other industries have been disrupted in India as well. Thanks, Confuse Adme. Also, the Alaskan, thank you. Berea Beard, thank you. Movement IE. And Thomas P40419, thanks, Thomas, for the memberships. And Kevin the Spider. Here's the other shot with the different smoke columns after all these strikes. Oh, new statement from Oman about the fire in the fuel tanks at Salalah port. Hold on. I'm going to translate this statement. That's their largest port. So Oman says it's exerting all efforts to contain the fire, which may require some time. Wow. Oman says it is exerting all efforts to contain the fire at its biggest port, Salalah, after fuel tanks at the port were hit by Iranian drones today. They say containing the fire may require some time. Wow. So again, Oman says it is exerting all efforts to contain the fire at its biggest port, Salalah port, after fuel tanks at the port were hit by Iranian drones today. They say containing the fire may require some time. Now, this was hours ago. Those fuel tanks were hit hours ago, and the government just said that they're still trying to contain the fire. That's their biggest port in Oman. I don't see any alerts on the alert map at the moment. Roy Case, Israeli reporter, Roy Case says, an Iranian spokesman said that the incident that occurred at the port of Salalah in Oman, in our friendly neighboring country Oman, is highly suspicious, the Iranian official said. Iran is investigating the matter. Iran's armed forces respect Oman's sovereignty. That's a comment from Iran. Some of the smoke rising you can see there. Oh, President Trump is supposed to speak around what, 4:30? We got to keep an eye out for that. President Trump is supposed to speak in Kentucky. So I definitely want to see what he has to say, because he very well, I would assume he's going to say something about Iran. Let me just get prepared to show that if I can. He's not live yet, but thank you, Speedway Nostalgia. The California story we've actually talked about a couple times on the stream so far, but I will mention it again. ABC News reported today that the FBI warned police departments in California in recent days that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. The FBI said we recently, in an alert, in a message distributed at the end of February, the FBI said we recently acquired information that as of early February, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. Some of our viewers are skeptical. There you go. Thank you, Speedway Nostalgia. Thank you, Yehuda Berger. I think you're seeing a fire here from one of the airstrikes, I believe. Sometimes you can see the airport in the back, which has lots of bright lights. I don't think you can see it right now, though. Thanks, Jay Atria. I have not seen that report, Jay Atria. I'll have to look into it. Thank you. Thank you, Arkwolf, who says the airstrikes a short while ago were crazy. Thanks also, Infinity HD from Moscow. Thank you, Infinity HD, who supposedly is in Moscow. I'm not feeling 100% better, but I'm a lot better than I was a couple days ago. Thank you. Oh. What is this? Hold on a second here. Oh wow! Royal Thai Navy released pictures of one of its of a Thai cargo ship. A Thai cargo ship was attacked earlier today in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm going to show you pictures of it. Wow. Hey guys, the Royal Thai Navy posted photos of a Thai cargo ship that was attacked in the Strait of Hormuz earlier today. Here is one photo right here. They have multiple photos. This is a Thai cargo ship that was attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. That is why ships don't want to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. Wow. Are the crew okay? I have to look up. There was a report by UKMTO about this. I'll have to look it up. I'll tell you what the Thai Navy said about this. The Royal Thai Navy said that this happened around 11 a.m. It happened about 8 hours after the ship departed from a port in the UAE. 20 crew members have been rescued, and they are rescuing the remaining 3. And that's from 9 hours ago, this report. There were 23 crew members total. Hold on a second here. President Trump is supposed to speak soon. Keeping an eye out for that. He is speaking in Kentucky. Hearing some gunfire on the stream. From Beirut. Hang on here. So, since I am now at home, what I'll be able to do is, at some point, I'll make myself some food, but I'll keep the stream going. When President Trump is speaking, I may put some food in the air fryer. Then we can just keep the stream going. Bill Malugin of Fox News, I didn't see this. So remember, there was a story from ABC News that California had received an alert from the FBI that Iran was aspiring to launch a drone attack on California from some sort of unidentified vessel off the coast. So Bill Malugin of Fox News says, I reached out to California Governor Newsom's office to ask about ABC reporting that police in California were warned by the FBI that Iran may seek to attack California with drones launched from a boat offshore. Newsom's office told me the state has elevated its security posture since the start of the war, and the FBI bulletin was one of several security updates the state receives from federal partners, which are then disseminated to the local law enforcement. So he did say they had received that bulletin. Oh, hold on a second. I think the U.S. is speaking at the UN right now. The U.S. is speaking at the UN right now. Can I get this up on the screen for you?
Peace and security, and for decades, and we all know this, Iran has supported terrorist violence against civilians around the world, and as we all just saw in recent months, massacred its own people. In order to maintain its iron grip on power, the Iranian regime exported instability abroad, turning neighbors like Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and Gaza into battlegrounds and leaving them no hope of peace or prosperity. Earlier today in this council, I challenge any one of you, anyone in the world, to show me a country that is better off because of Iran's intervention and instability. This is why the UN has voted in resolution after resolution that the Iranian regime must never and can never have a nuclear weapon. And by constantly refusing to comply with international safeguards that all of our countries support, Iran's nuclear program was barreling towards a nuclear disaster. The IAEA made clear that there was no reason to have nearly 1,000 pounds of 60% highly enriched uranium unless you wanted to build a nuclear bomb. And no one in this chamber can be surprised by Iran's promise of death to Israel, death to America, and with nuclear weapons, death to the world. And at an emergency meeting in January, not long ago, we raised the Islamic Republic of Iran's decades-old campaign of repression, subjecting its young and old alike to violence, torture, and censorship. Colleagues, the Iranian regime's abuses are a stain for all who tolerate it, drawn from the blood of their victims. President Trump and his team exhausted every attempt at diplomatic negotiations. He sought peace and to end 47 years of hostility and attacks, while Iran only sought more missiles, more drones, and a pathway to nuclear Armageddon. President Trump has drawn his red line here. Iran crossed it once again, and now the world is facing the consequences. And these consequences that the United States does not bring alone. We are grateful to our partners, Bahrain, who have bravely pushed this resolution forward. We are grateful to the 135 countries that co-sponsored it, and we will never hesitate to hold the Iranian regime to account for its continuing threats to international peace and security. I thank you. I will now resume
who's speaking?
My duties as Council President. The representative of Bahrain has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
شكرا السيد الرئيس وعذرا على أخذ الكلمة مرة أخرى.
I guess we don't have the audio.
أود أن نعرب عن الأسف لما.
Hang on one moment. Hearing audio or not? Are we hearing audio or not? Well, I'm not going to worry about that at the moment, but I'll keep an eye on it, see who else speaks. See, I wouldn't mind getting audio, but hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Just one moment.
Our territories were never used to attack other countries. I speak to you now while sirens are sounding in countries, in our countries and in the region, and therefore the Iranian claims are refuted by the facts, because the attacks continue, and they continue against civilian.
It's a little delayed. What's happening? I want to see. I think is Iran going to be speaking? Sorry, is Iran going to be speaking? Let's see. Oh, they're voting on a certain. This is live. I give the floor to who? Russian Federation. Russian Federation. Hold on a second. Hold on.
И дополнительные разъяснения представителя Бахрейна нас в обратном не убеждают. Господин
Mr. President, we have already mentioned today the non-constructive nature of the resolution, which was just endorsed today with a condemnation of strikes by Iran against countries in the region, which is one-sided, and we were not convinced of the opposite by the statement just made by the representative of Bahrain. Right now, the Russian Federation is calling upon members of the Security Council to pass an impartial document aimed at urgently de-escalating the situation. This will allow the Council to discharge its direct responsibility to maintain international peace and security. The draft that my country prepared leaves outside of the equation the differences amongst members of the Council on the reasons for the current unprecedented tension in the Middle East. It is simple, it's direct, and it's unequivocal in nature, and it has 4 operative paragraphs. The first one urges all parties to immediately stop their military activities and refrain from any steps which could lead to further escalation in the Middle East and beyond. The second one firmly condemns any strikes against civilian infrastructure and underscoring the obligations of all parties under international law, including international humanitarian law. 3, it underlines the importance of ensuring security of all states without exception in the region. And 4, it strongly encourages all parties concerned to immediately return to a negotiating table without any further delay. When we are convinced that all of these elements fully reflect the opinions of Security Council members related to current events, including those opinions that were voiced during Security Council meeting on the 20th of February. At the same time, when we're preparing the text, we intentionally did not name any of the parties. We understand very well that such an approach would have made consensus impossible, and as a consequence would impede the Council in sending a signal of principal importance for the need of immediate escalation and for restraint on the part of all conflicting parties. As we're working on the text, the Russian Federation disseminated a document for written comments from members of the Council and also conducted in-person informal consultations. We note that not a single delegation expressed any objections or concerns as regards the text of the text. In this context, we count on all colleagues to demonstrate responsibility and will support the Russian draft, which could become a timely and urgently needed step for a political and diplomatic settlement of the situation in the Middle East. I thank you.
In favor of the draft resolution contained in document S-2020.
I just want they're talking about different draft resolutions in the UN, calling on certain things. So I'm not going to worry about the specifics of that at the moment. But I was waiting to see if maybe I don't know if Iran has spoken already, but if they spoke, I can put the audio back on. I'm not aware that any kind of resolution they're talking about today is going to have some huge impact on what's actually going on. So they're not talking about anything like that, as far as I'm aware. But I'll keep an eye out. Again, President Trump is supposed to speak very soon. So I want to show you guys that. Give me a moment here. I believe earlier today, the UN passed a resolution calling for Iran to immediately halt its attacks on Gulf states. That was the UN Security Council earlier today. Passed a resolution calling on Iran to immediately halt its attacks on Gulf states, says AFP. Hey, thank you, by the way, to One Act CD and Martin Ging and Cecilia Joe. Thank you. And Spirit Chain 3. Who is wondering if China who says, what is the most likely event that would cause World War III? ChatGPT said China attacking Taiwan. That's what Spirit Chain says. Thanks also S. Novar. Yeah, why are people talking about the doomsday plane here? I feel like this is one of these things where like someone brings up the doomsday plane in chat and then other people say it's always flying around. There were reports yesterday that that there was a plane which is airborne control for the U.S. nuclear forces that was spotted above California yesterday. I think there's multiple planes like this. Hold on a second here. By the way, the Desert Sun reports experts say the plane activity around Fresno Yosemite International Airport yesterday is consistent with training and readiness exercises. An expert told Fox 26 that these aircraft routinely conduct proficiency training, including touch-and-go landings, to ensure crews are prepared to operate from a wide range of airfields. And aviation experts say flights like the ones seen yesterday do not signal an immediate threat, but rather ongoing preparedness. That's a report from the Desert Sun. I have no reason to think that that sighting yesterday shows that something urgent and new is going to happen. But I'll let you know if I do. Thanks so much, S. Novar H 4665. Also, Speedway Nostalgia, thank you. No problem. I was happy to repeat that report from earlier. Yehuda Burger, thank you. Give me a moment here. I'm going to remove the UN thing from the screen for now, but if maybe Iran speaks, I can throw it up there. But I do want to see what's happening now. Why is the camera moving around? President Trump is supposed to speak soon. The White House is live on their feed. President Trump will be speaking soon. Give me a moment here. There are drone alerts in northern Israel. There have been plenty of drone alerts tonight, and a number. And earlier, there were about 100 rockets fired from Lebanon into Israel. So President Trump is supposed to speak shortly. Give me a moment. I'm going to get this on the screen. Look, guys, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my gosh. It's really happening. President Trump about to speak. There it is. Let me do this. Camera moving around. coming up. Trump speaks live as war against Iran continues. Thanks, Anna. Thanks to all of our moderators. Shout out to our moderators. Beth, Mythical, and Ruth, and Leslie Ladyhawk are all moderating. Thank you. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. There are some rocket alerts in northern Israel right now. I'm going to do something here real quick. Rocket alerts, and a bunch of rocket alerts in northern Israel, guys, right now. Give me a moment. I'm seeing a bunch of alerts a little east of Haifa and into the north of Israel right now. So if, maybe check out Intel cams if you're looking at that. Whoopsie. You know, I'm seeing these rocket alerts right here. See Haifa. Although I don't know, is that a missile alert? Hold on a second. Let's look. Let me look. Let me do a couple checks here and see what's being reported about this. Rocket and missile firing. Reports of maybe interceptions going on, explosions. In the north, I don't have a camera from the north. I'm hearing reports in the north of some explosions, maybe interceptions happening. Booms on Intel cams, one of our viewers said. Booms on Intel cams. Looks like a barrage of rockets, maybe fired from Lebanon. Yes, again, northern Israel, bunch of rockets. New attack from Lebanon, ongoing right now. New wave of rockets. Now it looks like the alerts have gone from the alert screen right now. But a new wave of rockets was just fired from Lebanon at Israel by Hezbollah. I'm seeing more alerts right now. Are these new? They're not on the map yet. President Trump will be speaking soon, by the way. Give me a moment. I was trying to thank the moderators, and I didn't even get a chance. So thanks to our moderators. Well, I don't think I got all the way through it, so let's thank them again. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thank you so much for moderating on Twitch. Thanks also to John Deeds on Twitch and Scary Atheist for your support over there on Twitch, and Am4, thank you. Also our Facebook moderators. Paul Anderson is over there moderating. Thank you. Margaret Riley. Really appreciate all of our moderators there. Thank you. Thanks, Marie Goodson Hamilton, for subscribing. And Barry Eisler. And Christy Claft. Brian Davio. Thank you. and our Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And thank our YouTube moderators again. Ruth, Beth, Mythical, Roberts, May Queen over there on YouTube. Thank you. I will see if I see any reports about that latest missile wave from Lebanon at Israel. I'm looking at an article today from the Washington Post about the war. They say Yoel Guzansky, a senior researcher and head of the Gulf Research Field at the Institute for National Security Studies, described Iran's strategy as one of attrition. Iran is putting more and more pressure on the energy market, so it isn't just hitting the Gulf countries, but Europe, Asia, and the United States. Guzansky thinks that pressure is working. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Washington Post says, Dan Kane, said he was looking at a range of options to protect the Strait of Hormuz. Last week, President Trump promised to use the U.S. Navy to escort oil tankers through the strait, but the plans might not include escorts, at least not immediately, because the U.S. focus for now is on taking out Iran's Navy and its stores of ballistic missiles and drones, the source of its power over the waterway, a U.S. official said. So far, the U.S. has struck more than 5,500 targets and destroyed.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh, hold on. President Trump.
The President of the United States.
All right, President Trump's about to speak. President Trump's about to speak right now, guys, and we're gonna play it live for you. President Trump speaking, okay? But I have to wait till the music stops. Meanwhile, I think I might disappear and throw a little food in the air fryer, but I'm going to disappear for about 5 minutes while I put the food in. Once he starts speaking, this is in Hebron, Kentucky. President Trump is speaking in Kentucky, and we'll see what he has to say about the war. Again, I have to wait until the music stops, and then I can play him speaking. I cannot play it while the music is playing. Oops, that's not going to work. I got to put it next here. Then I got to make this wider. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. That's good. President Trump's about to speak. He is still waiting. I was going to keep it kind of small up there, guys, because I figure you want to see. We'll keep an eye on Beirut. There's been a bunch of airstrikes in Beirut. So I don't want to. I feel like more of you want to see Beirut and him speaking at top than full screen on Trump, and then you can't see Beirut. So I'm going to leave Trump small so I can leave the Beirut feed on for you. Yeah, people like that better. They're saying in the chat. All right, I think he's about to start speaking. Hold on.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And a very special hello, Kentucky. I love Kentucky. I love Kentucky. We won in a landslide. We won by so much. We have the all-time record in this state. But it's great to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with so many proud, hardworking, unbelievable American patriots. Thank you.
I'm going to fix, there's a little bit of a sync problem.
And
I'll
we're
fix
here
it. Give me a
today
moment.
with the
I'll
men
fix
and
it.
women of a phenomenal company that has been helping Kentucky grow and prosper for 6 incredible decades. In other words, they've been here for a long time. Versed Logistics. Versed Logistics. Good company. Just met a lot of the people that run it. They're good people. They love you. I don't think I'd do that. If they didn't love you, I'd walk off this stage right now. With your help, this family-owned business has risen from a small trucking operation into a juggernaut of warehousing, packaging, one of the biggest, transportation, all these big labels they put on. But I'll tell you, America's favorite brands right here, and this has been an unbelievable group of people that built this wonderful company, and I want to thank them very much. It's an honor to be here. The people of Kentucky, you do it with skill and precision and pride, using equipment stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA. Do you remember? Made in the USA. We're putting it all over the place. And we're making more and more things in the USA, more than we ever had. More people are working today in the USA than at any time in the history of our country. And by the way, do we have a great military? The best. Better than any military in the world by far. I didn't know that we're going to have to be showing it off so much, to be honest with you. I built it. In my first term, we built this military, and I didn't know that we'd have to use it quite as much as we're using it, but we're using it well, and there's no better military. There's nobody even close, so we're very proud of it. So we have in this company 2,600 employees, and they pour out their sweat and their soul into shipping the products America knows and loves, and they're doing more business than they've ever done before. And thanks to the record-setting tax cuts that we passed in the great, big, beautiful bill, biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. Tax cuts. You know, as I grew up, I'd watch politicians, and I'd always hear that, we're going to cut your taxes, cut your taxes. This is the first group of opponents. It's the first group, the Democrats. They're always saying, we're going to raise your taxes. Historically, a politician has to. Ideally, you're going to follow through. But you have to say, we're cutting taxes. They say, we're going to raise that. They were going to give you, if they won, Kamala and Joe, Sleepy Joe. But they were going to raise your taxes more than any. It was the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. And I kept saying, are they really saying this? I don't know. What do I know about politics? I haven't been doing it that long. But they were going to give you the biggest tax cut. And now again, the midterms are coming. They want to raise your taxes higher than you've ever had before. We have to win. The midterms are going to be very, very important to keep it going. But thanks to the tax cuts, which are record-setting, we passed the great, big, beautiful bill, and I'm pleased to report that Versed Logistics is investing more than $10 million into expanding its operations this year, right here, $10 million. And you're buying brand new tractor trailers and opening up warehouses in 2 additional states, Texas and North Carolina. And that's what it's all about. And that's why we did it. And with the help of our tax cuts, all of those trucks and warehouses and equipment purchases, everything that we're doing, and everything that you see in this country that's being built you get what's called expensing, meaning a deduction in the first year. 1 year, it's the bit. Now, to a lot of people, that doesn't mean. To me, it means something else. It means jobs. That's why we have so many jobs, the best jobs ever. Perhaps most importantly to the workers here today, I'm pleased to report that the great big beautiful bill also delivers no tax on overtime. Whoever thought that was going to happen? That means every extra hour you work, your overtime pay is now 100% tax-free. You have no tax. Remember that when you go and vote, because the Democrats want to end it. So you take home 20 or 30% more to those beautiful children or whoever the hell you're bringing it home to, okay? I don't know who you're bringing it home to. I don't want to know. That's not my business, although it could be interesting. After so many years of politicians who sold out the working men and women of our country, we finally have a president who puts American workers first. With us today are the front row Joes. You know, they have followed me. What are you up to? About 350 rallies, right? 350 rallies. I don't know what the hell they do. I don't know where they get their money, but they follow me a lot. We have a lot of people. They follow, just like a tour, but they're front row Joes. They're like professionals at getting on the front row. Thank you. And there's a lot of them, too. Thank you very much. Great honor. So a short time ago, under a man named Sleepy Joe Biden, has anyone heard of him? Has anyone heard of him? How about Barack Hussein Obama? He went to Jesse Jackson's funeral. He spoke, and it was like a political hit job. And the family of Jesse Jackson got angry as hell at him because they understand they hated each other. You know, he was there. But I loved watching that. That was so. The family goes outside and they start screaming at him. A short time ago, under Biden and his allies in Congress, we were dead as a doornail. We were a dead country, I'll tell you, and it looked like we weren't going to come back. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. Most powerful military. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election, all time. And the typical American's 401k is up by almost $35,000 since I took office. And in 4 years, Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. So think of this. $1 trillion over a period of much less, over a period of 4 years. We got $18 trillion. And Jake Paul knows what that means. $18 trillion in 11 months, because they haven't calculated the 12th month. So we have $18 trillion in 11 months. Say in a year, what difference does it make? Compared to substantially less than $1 trillion in 4 years. You would say they didn't do a good job, Jake. I didn't ask Jake who he voted for, but I don't think it was Kamala. I don't think so. I think your whole reputation would be shot if you said, oh, I voted for Kamala. That would be the end of your whole career, Jake. But here in the heartland of America, you're already seeing the results of what we've done. I just came from Thermo Fisher Scientific in Reading, Ohio, right across the way. The great American company that's investing $2 billion in domestic manufacturing, all because of what we've done with the tariffs and with the deductions and all of the other things that we've done. Ford Motor Company, and by the way, we have more jobs in terms of construction. We're building more factories now in this country than at any time in the history of our country. More factories are being built. And Ford Motor Company, a good old staple, has announced a $2 billion assembly plant in Louisville, Kentucky, which will support more than 2,200 Kentucky jobs. And I was with Ford the other day. I was in Detroit, and Bill Ford, the head of it, he had an advantage over everybody else in getting the job, but that's okay. He was born Ford, but he was showing me a plant that was built in like 1914, very old, one of the biggest plants in the country, but one of the oldest. And they were getting ready to shut it down a year and a half ago. And then he heard Trump was running, and he sort of said, let's wait. So they were getting ready to shut it down. It was on minimal time. It was just a question of time, but he said, let's wait. And he waited. And they just announced 2 weeks ago that they're now going to run 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, building the Ford 150. A big difference. It's a big difference. That's a big difference. You shut it down or you run 24 hours a day. And they're doing a good job. Apple, a great company, $2.5 billion to manufacture 100% of the glass for iPhones and Apple Watches right here in Kentucky factories, all being made. And Apple's spending $650 billion on new plants all over the United States. Think of that. Who the hell else could have done this? Nobody else. Nobody else. I say it kiddingly, but I'm actually not kidding. Nobody else could have. He's done a good job, Tim Cook, but $650 billion, think of it. And just 2 days ago, GE Aerospace, they're doing phenomenally, announced a $1 billion investment in American manufacturing, including $115 million right across the river in the Queen City, Cincinnati. I love Cincinnati. So jobs, factories, and new investments are pouring in as they do. We have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a short period of time, including 8,000 brand new construction jobs in Kentucky. Okay? Kentucky. I love the way a real Kentuckian pronounces it, but if I do it, but I love Kentucky. More Americans are working today than any time in history, and that number is going to be, wait till you see the numbers by the end of the year. We did an excursion. Do you know what an excursion is? We had to take a little trip to get rid of some evil, very evil people. It should have been done for 47 years. They've been killing our people. 47 years. 47 years. And I can only say this. They were all prepared. They're very strong. You know, they're going to try and take over the whole Middle East. They were going to knock out Israel. They don't know what the hell hit them, right? They don't know what hit them. They got hit by the American military. They don't know. They say, what the hell is happening? They didn't expect anything like this. To bring down energy costs for American workers and families and businesses like this one, we ended the Green New scam. You know the scam? Greatest scam in American history. Well, maybe the election results of the second election were. I would say what was the greater scam, the Green New scam or the 2020 rigged election? I would say the 2020. I think the election. I think the election, but what difference? But the main thing is, we said, get out and vote. We're going to do it again, and we're going to make it too big to rig, and that's what we did. We got the highest vote in history. We didn't need that big. We made it too big to rig. We terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate where you were mandated. And I like electric cars. I think they're great. I like electric cars. I think they're great. I like Elon. Not everybody wants an electric car. And I like them. It's a great product, everything. But they have to have. It's a great product, everything. We ended the mandate. Now you can have gasoline. You can have hybrid. Now you can have whatever the hell you want. You can have electric. Whatever. They wanted you to buy an electric car. They wanted you by 2030. car. The only one problem, you can't charge it. You ever see a charger? You can't charge it. You ever see a charger? You drive it down and they say electric charging plant, 150 miles up the road. 150. That's a bad feeling. That's a bad feeling. And we massively increased production of American.
We got a sound problem here. Where's it? Why are we getting double audio?
Beautiful.
We're getting double audio. Hold on, let me fix this. I don't know where the audio is coming from.
And we're not allowed in the Trump administration. We're not allowed.
Hold on.
We're not allowed to use the word coal without
I don't even know where it's coming from.
With two words, clean, beautiful. We say clean, beautiful coal. And we had Doug Burgum the other day.
I think it's fixed. I didn't do anything. It just got fixed.
And Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy. And they were giving a long speech on coal. And I tried to stop them. I was in the audience. They kept saying, clean, beautiful coal. Clean, beautiful coal. Clean, beautiful.
Hey guys, let me interrupt. So we're watching this because President Trump, he already just talked about the war some. I want to see what else he says. I'm making some food, and I'm going to take, in a moment, I'm going to go eat so I can keep streaming, but we're going to keep this on the air. So I'm playing this now, and I'm going to keep playing it while I'm eating, but I'm keeping an eye on what's going on. So if there's any kind of big development while I'm eating, I'll stop eating, and I'll come in, and I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. So again, in just a couple minutes, I'm going to go eat, and I'll have this playing live while I eat, and then we'll continue the coverage after I eat. Okay, so I'll put him back on, but just so you know, I'm keeping an eye on everything too. Quick thanks, by the way, to Lidwine Elizabeth. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Out of business that would have forced them to shut down, including 4 plants we saved right here in Kentucky, and some of the people that work at those plants are here with us now. It's very powerful, and it is now with modern equipment, clean, beautiful, but it's a very powerful fuel. It's very powerful, and if it wasn't China and some of these other big behemoths would not be using it. They use it because it's powerful, very, very powerful. The wind, you're watching television and you want to watch, and your beautiful wife, our First Lady, says, I'm sorry, darling, you can't watch tonight. The wind has gone down and we have... But I want to watch myself on television. I want to watch myself debate. He says, I'm sorry, darling, we have absolutely no energy. There's no wind tonight. What a scam. That's a pretty big scam. That's one of the top. I say that's a top 5. It's about 5 that are real beauties. I also announced a lease agreement for $1.5 billion of private sector uranium enrichment facility in Paducah. Paducah. And as we take decisive action to stop the threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran with Operation Epic Fury. Is that a great name? Well, it's only good if you win. You can only do. And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. But we won. But they gave me a list of names at General. Sir, you can pick the name you'd like, sir. I said, the name of what? The name of the attack on Iran, sir. And they gave me like 20 names. And I'm like falling asleep. I didn't like any of them. Then I see Epic Fury. I said, I like that name. I like that name. And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, they want to drop some mines. Very friendly people, mines, so boats blow up. And we knocked out as of, every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. I've never seen anything. Think of it. They knocked out 54 ships in 2 days, and they're real ships. In fact, I got angry at my people. I said, are they any good? Yeah, they're warships. I said, why the hell did we kill them? Why didn't we just capture them and use them in our Navy? They said they wouldn't have qualified for that. But I got a little upset with my people. I said, why do we have to knock them? And actually, one of my generals said, "Sir, it's a lot more fun doing it this way." But we knocked out 58 naval ships. We knocked out their Navy, okay? Let's put it that way. But they also knocked out the mine layers. They call them mine layers. They put mines in the water. Lovely job. Isn't that nice? Blow up ships. And we knocked out 31 of them. And you know, I was very proud of myself. I said, why did you use the weapon that we use on the drugs that come in by sea? Do you know that drugs by sea are down 98%? And I said, that's a hell of a weapon. And they said, well, give it a shot. It worked very well. We've knocked out, I think, 28 or 29, all of them, almost all of them. They'll all be gone. By the time I'm finished speaking, they'll be gone. These people work very fast. But I'm pleased to report that earlier today, the International Energy Agency agreed to coordinate the release of a record 400 million barrels of oil from various national petroleum reserves around the world, which will substantially reduce the oil prices as we end this threat to America and this threat to the world. We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right? Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country. Their Air Force is gone. Totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, two of the worst killers in the world that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. And that's because, you know, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with billions of dollars of cash and sent it to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful. When you could put over $1 billion in an airplane and fly it over and give it to a foreign country that's your enemy. How stupid was that? But that deal, the Iran nuclear deal, gave them the right to have a nuclear weapon as of 3 years ago. If I didn't terminate that deal, I terminated it very quickly. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would have had nuclear weapons, and this world would right now be a different place, much different place. Believe me. And then Biden, he came along. He had no clue. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. But what they did was incredible. Everything they did was wrong. Think of it. Afghanistan, Biden, Afghanistan. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Embarrassing. 13 dead, but hundreds and hundreds are dead from, I count both sides, I do. I count both sides, sorry. But hundreds and hundreds of people dead. And instead of leaving from Bagram, they fled. I hate to even say it. There's no reason. We were in there. I was the one. We're going to get out. We're going to get out with strength and dignity. We're pounding the hell out of them. They didn't like Donald Trump, the Taliban. They would do anything I asked them to do. You know that. And this guy comes in, left all the equipment behind. I said, every piece of equipment will be taken out with us. They said, no, it's better to leave the plane. I said, why is it better? Well, I think it's more cost efficient to leave the plane. No. You got a brand new fighter jet, $150 million. You give it a tank of gas, little jet fuel, and you fly it out. They said, sir, I think it's better to leave the plane. These are the exact opposite generals as we have now. Do we love General Raisin Cane? He's great. But oil prices are already coming back down, and it's going to come down, but we're not leaving until that job is finished, and it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast, but we're not going to count on having competent presidents. We have to assume we're going to have incompetent ones, like the one we had last time that couldn't walk off a stage. Remember? He'd finish with a speech. The speech would last about 2 minutes. People would come out, not many, like 2 people. And he'd be finished with the speech, and then he could never find his way off the platform. He'd look around over here. There's so many stairs. Like I have 4 sets of stairs on this platform. Usually they have at least that. He couldn't find, or walking up Air Force One. Now, I know the problem with this, it can happen. You could slip, I could slip. I came downstairs today that was soaking wet. You know, it's a little rainy today. And I have steel stairs, and I'm saying, ay. But I do it very slowly. I grab that thing, because nobody cares if you set a speed record. The only thing I admired about Barack Hussein Obama, which was nothing actually, but the only thing is the way he bobbed down. Remember, he'd bob. Hey, you talk about unpresidential. He's bobbing. And I couldn't believe that he made it without at least a noticeable major fall. But Biden was the opposite. Biden couldn't even walk up the stairs. He fell 3 times walking up the. And the world watches that, and they don't like seeing it, although they actually do like seeing it, because they say, what the hell is going on? Or when he fell at the Air Force Academy, right? And the general was standing there, could have caught him, but he didn't want to drop the paper that he's holding in his hand. So Biden went down for the count. Now, we have a country now that's respected, and we don't play games, and we have the greatest military, and it's so nice to see. It's so nice to see. And they want to get back in office for the midterms, and you can't let them. Did you see that they went to Munich, right? You saw that, right? You saw Gavin Newsom. He admitted that Gavin Newsom. So I think his career is over, okay? Let's get off the teleprompter. Do you mind if I get off the teleprompter for a couple of minutes? Because this is, I have these great speechwriters. I drive them crazy because half of the time I'm not. But Gavin Newsom, in an interview, you have a doctor in the house, please? Doctor? Yeah, take your time, please. Take your time. We have all the time. These are great people. They wait so long, hours and hours. They're great people, right? We have all the time, right? Thank you. first responders are incredible, by the way.
I hope that person is okay. I hope that person's okay. Hey, so we're waiting for President Trump to speak. Oh, I'm hearing myself twice. I'm eating right now, so I'm going to keep eating, and I'll put a message up there on the screen about that. They're waiting for Trump to resume because there's somebody in the audience who I don't know if they collapsed or what. I didn't see. So just hang tight. I'm eating right now, and I'll be back when I'm done eating. And soon President Trump should be speaking again. Okay, so I'll put a note up on the screen about that. Trump, I believe, is just speaking again. Hopefully the video comes back. He has started speaking again. All right, so any moment now, the White House feed should resume, guys. Thanks for your patience. Sorry, again, he has resumed. He just a few seconds ago started talking again, but the White House hasn't gone back to it on their feed. So as soon as the White House feed goes back, starts again, we can hear it again. Yeah, the White House feed is the one I have the rights to. So that's the one I'm showing.
It.
So all right, it's back.
And
Here
they'll
it is.
terminate it. If they take power, they'll terminate it. 800,000 Kentucky. So you have, think of that. You have no tax on Social Security. 800,000 seniors, and they will end it. We got to win the midterms. We also made interest on auto loans tax deductible. First time that's ever happened. But I did put a little proviso. The car has to be made in America for you to get it. Our tax cuts are projected to raise incomes in the Commonwealth by $5,400, boost household take-home pay for you by nearly $10,000, and protect more than 84,000 Kentucky jobs at a minimum. And some of the jobs we're creating or protecting are right here at Verse Logistics. So let me call up your outstanding CEO, Paul. Come on up real fast, Paul. Come on. Paul Verse. Come on up here, Paul. Let's go. Do it fast, Paul. They don't want to hear from you.
I wish I could have gone before him, Mr. President. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to share our experiences, how your economic policies and the one big, beautiful bill have positively impacted our employees, company, and family. As mentioned in your earlier comments, the no tax on overtime will greatly benefit our employees, producing an average of $1,400 additional take-home pay per year per person. With this amazing benefit, the savings they will realize can be used to take a family vacation, provide further education for their children, pay bills, or make a down payment on a house or car. Our family and companies have a mission of giving back to our communities. The savings from the lower tax rates and permanently full expensing of equipment will allow us to invest back in our local communities of supporting nonprofit organizations and providing educational scholarship money for students attending local high schools and colleges. Many of our Verse family owners and members who are with us today understands how vital the extension of the estate tax credit exemption is for the continuity and succession planning of our great family business. Our sweat and equity are tied to this building, many others, and our business. Without this extension, it is possible our thriving business would one day need to be sold to pay family estate taxes. President Trump, this is all possible because of your vision to make America great again. On behalf of our family, company, and employees, we want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Northern Kentucky and the Cincinnati region. You are in the heart of Kentucky, home of bluegrass, faster horses, and the best damn bourbon in the world. You are in Trump country right now. If wrapping this up, if we can just take a pause, and I'm going to say a quick little prayer for President Trump, if I could. May God bless and keep you healthy and safe. And may God bless our beloved United States of America and everything it stands for. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you, Paul. Wow, he did a good job. You think that's easy to do? That's not easy. Oftentimes I'll say to the head of a company, please come up and say, no, I don't want to do it. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for the prayer. Also with us today is Sammy Biddle, who works at the restaurant and bar in nearby Newport, Kentucky. Sammy makes over half of her income through tips. And now, thanks to the no tax on tips, her tax liability has been slashed by more than 50%. The average filer's tax refund this year has soared to nearly $4,000. You're saving $4,000, and Sammy's receiving even more, over $5,000. So Sammy's going to make over $5,000 more than anticipated, all because of the great, big, beautiful bill that the Republicans got passed. With not one Democrat vote. They want to raise your taxes. They're going to raise your taxes. So, Sammy, come on up for a second and say hello, Sammy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, there we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Sammy Biddle, and I am a general manager and bartender at a local distillery in Newport, Kentucky called Pensive Distilling. And like most servers and bartenders, a big portion of my annual salary comes from working double shifts and tips. A big dream of mine has always been to save up enough money to buy a nice piece of land and eventually build a home on that land. And this year, due to our president's no taxes on tips and overtime policy, I got more year-end taxes back than I ever have, which has helped me get that much closer to my American dream. Thank you, Mr. President.
That's pretty good, right? Thank you, Sammy. So millions and millions of Kentucky families will have more money in their pockets thanks to what we did with respect to tax cuts. And I just described what every single Democrat in Congress voted against it. Every single one, not one voted for it. They want tax increases, along with just one Republican voted against. You know what the name is? He is the worst person. His name is, what the hell? How did he ever end up in Kentucky? His name is Thomas Massie. How did he ever end up here, Paul? Anyway, no, Massie voted against tax cuts for seniors. He voted against tax cuts for overtime workers. And he voted against tax cuts for earners, tip earners. No, he wanted to increase the taxes. He voted with the Democrats. He voted against our historic funding for border security. He voted against border security, where we took the worst border in the history of our country, made it the best border in the history of our country in 2.5 months. He voted against it. And he voted against eligibility verification for welfare recipients. Nobody has to be eligible. Just pick up whatever you want. The people in this room don't like that. Thomas Massie also voted with the radical left Democrats in Congress to keep the federal government shut down during the open border crusade while our military went without pay. He voted for our military not to get that pay. And now Massie, he's the worst. And I don't say that. I never hit a guy like this. The guy's a vote. We call him Rand Paul Jr. He votes against everything. But at least I like Rand a little bit. Can't love a guy that votes. I got him elected twice. If I didn't endorse him, he was not going to get elected. Do you remember that? I came and I did a little rally, and Rand votes against us all the time too, but at least he's okay. I wouldn't say the greatest. And now Thomas Massie is attacking a great Navy SEAL hero. This is a real hero, Ed Galrine, who's running against him in the primary. You know why? Because he's not doing right for our president. He didn't want to run for office. He's a hero. He's a farmer hero. He's a tremendous war hero, but he's a farmer right here. He's like central casting. I said, this is the guy I'm looking. I want to just give me somebody with a warm body to beat Massie. And I got somebody with a warm body, but a big, beautiful brain and a great patriot. He's unbelievable. And he did it because he said he's disrespecting our country. He votes against everything. And Ed became an independent a few years ago because he was so angry at the way the Republican Party was operating. And I don't disagree with him. Other people did too. But then Ed came back, and he came back strong because I got involved. And he came back stronger than he ever was. And now he's all the way, he's in this party and he's in it. And he said, I came back because of the strength and wisdom that Donald Trump displayed. And I appreciate that. That's a nice, I think I'm going to use him in an ad. I think I'll use that statement. I'm going to use that statement in an ad. Strength and wisdom. I put wisdom in quotes because I didn't say it, he did. But many people have joined and rejoined our party, but Massie did not, because he only votes no. He just votes no. Doesn't matter. I could give him the best things in the history of a Republican voter, and he'd vote no. There's something wrong with him. It'll be interesting to see what he does with the Save America Act, which is very simply, I think he has to vote for it, but he's a nut job, so you never know. All voters must show voter ID. 98%. That's 98%. All voters must show a little thing called proof of citizenship in order to vote. Right? Right, Paul? Paul agrees. No mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. You're away. You can't get there. We'll be generous. And then I added two things. We call them best of. You know what they are? Best of Trump. These are the best of. No men in women's sports. 99%. That's 99. And no transgender mutilization surgery for our children. That's it. That's it. And I think we're going to get it approved in the House, and I hear the Senate has a hard time. How can you have a hard time with that? How can you have a hard time? But Massie wants to vote no, but on this one he may be forced. I mean, how can you do it? So I just want to say this. Thomas Massie is a disaster for our party. He comes from a state that I won by a landslide, got the highest vote in the history of your Commonwealth. The highest vote. I got the highest vote. That means the people like me, and I love them. I love them. I love them more than they love me, but I still got the highest. Remember with your mother, I love you more than you love me. We revert back to childhood. But Massie's a complete and total disaster as a congressman and, frankly, as a human being. You know, he's got one thing going. He went to a good college, but I know a lot of stupid people that went to a good college. And my uncle was the longest serving professor in the history of that particular college, university, MIT. 41 years. My uncle was there 41 years, so that means I have much better blood if you go by that. But I went to the hardest college of all to get into, the Wharton School of Finance. That means I'm real smart. We got to get rid of this loser. This guy is bad. He's disloyal to the Republican Party. He's disloyal to the people of Kentucky. And most importantly, he is disloyal to the United States of America. And he's got to be voted out of office as soon as possible. On the other hand, Ed Galron has my complete and total endorsement. He's a true American hero, and he's a great patriot, and he's doing it because he saw what this guy was doing to our country, and he said, I'm going to run. He's now a farmer, successful farmer, and I can tell you, he's strong as hell. He shook my hand. My hand is still recovering. Sir, I'd like to shake your hand. Absolutely. Holy mackerel. I didn't tell him that, you know. I'm telling him now officially. Ed, would you come up for a minute, please?
Mr. President, welcome to Kentucky and thanks for coming to the heartland. Because you are loved and admired here for your courageous leadership of our great nation at such a critical time in history. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. This is the land of we the people, right here. I want to thank you for your endorsement, because once you did that, my support skyrocketed. So I look forward to serving to the people as their representative of Kentucky District 4. Because as you folks know, you deserve an authentic, true Republican conservative that stands shoulder to shoulder with our president and the Republican Party and against the Democrats who are trying to destroy our nation. USA! 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 So, Mr. President, I will stand with you and the party to put America first and Kentucky always. Mr. President, I hope the fake news gets this. Tom Massey stands with the ladies of The View. Tom Massey stands with the ladies of The View. Mr. President, we stand with you. Fight, fight, fight! USA! USA!
I'm telling you, that is the greatest candidate. You know, I've done this before, not quite as violently and miserably as this one, but I just can't stand this guy. But I've had some candidates that weren't great. They'd get up, they wouldn't talk well. And I'm trying to beat like an incumbent bad congressman, senator, somebody. I do it all the time. If somebody's bad, I try and get him out of office. I should just leave it alone. My life would be a lot easier. Right? But I have usually candidates that don't have what it takes. This guy is unbelievable. He is central casting. Just elect him. You're going to have no problems with him. Thank you. Ed, thank you. Unbelievable. That's great. He's a good man. With us today are some of the amazing warriors who, unlike Massey, stood up for the working people of this Commonwealth, this great group of people, the people that built the nation, including a wonderful man who's been with me all the way, Congressman Andy Barr. All the way. He's a good guy and a warrior. Also with us is a senator who came from really behind. He really didn't have a good chance of winning. The guy was a longtime senator, Democrat, he's terrible. He's running again, he's terrible. He was a terrible radical left lunatic. But Bernie Moreno did some job on him, and he won the race, and it was amazing. Bernie, congratulations. And thanks as well to CMS Administrator. You just saw him working. Dr. Mehmet Oz. He was just working. Thank you, Dr. Oz. Director of the Center for Medicare, who's an incredible guy, helped us so much with the reduction in drug prices that you got, the biggest reduction in history. Chris Klump. Great job. Your State Attorney General, Russell Coleman. Russell, thank you. Thank you, Russell. Good job. A wonderful Secretary of State. We have a good one in Washington, too. Marco. Do we like Marco? I think so. Your Secretary of State, Michael Adams. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. State Auditor, Allison Ball. Thank you. These are great people, and I've gotten to know them over the years. They're just incredible people. State Treasurer, Mark Metcalf. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Great job. Your former Kentucky Attorney General, Daniel Cameron. Daniel, thank you. Thank you, Daniel. And Chairman and CEO of Morris Industries, a good man, Nate Morris. Nate, thank you. Now, also with us is a local legend who did quite well suing the Washington Post and various and sundry others. Where's Nick Sandman? Where's Nick? Come here, come on. Hurry up, Nick. He's a young guy, he can get up here. Guy walked away with a lot of money. They did a number on him. He said, we're not going to take it anymore. I love these guys. Nick, wow. Become a big celebrity, too. Nick, say a couple of words, Nick. We love Nick.
Well, thank you. And as I just said, really, the only thing I can say is, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you, and thank you to all of you, because it's us together which can beat the radical left. So thank you. We will always stand with you.
I watched that whole thing unfold, Nick, and I said, that guy is getting scammed. And you know what? He scammed them, because what he did was pretty amazing. Him and his group of friends. He had good, loyal friends, Nick, and that's great. I loved it. I loved watching what he did. And another one who's, this guy is a piece of work. He a very tough cookie. But instead of fighting like a guy his own size, he fights a guy who's like 70 pounds bigger, who won, he's like a two-time Olympian champion. He's this massive guy. And my friend is a guy named Jake Paul. And I said, and I'm watching, I didn't realize there was a slight size variance, like about 7 inches and about 70 pounds. This guy fought like, I tell you what, he is courageous. He's an incredible guy. He's got a brand new, beautiful fiance, and you're not allowed to use the word beautiful when describing a woman anymore. It's the end of your political career, but I'll say it anyway. What the hell? She's beautiful. She just won the Olympic gold medal. Where's she? Where's Utah? Gold medalist. Boy, I tell you, she's strong. That means she's strong. You better be careful. She's a beautiful person, and she's a big, strong athlete. I watched her win that gold, and they have an expression, if that were a fight, they'd stop it, right? She's great. But Jake Paul is a great guy. And, you know, part of the deal is he said, do you mind if I do an interview with you? I said, Jake, I'm the president of the United States. I don't do interviews. Look at Joe Biden. He went 2.5 years without doing an interview because he was shot. But he was shot 30 years ago, too. He was no good. But I said, Jake, I'm president. How can I do your local podcast? But his local podcast is big stuff. And he's big stuff. Jake, you got to come up. Come here. Come on. You got to come. This guy has guts. And he walked out with a broken jaw. Anyway, this was not the greatest fight. But you know what it showed? Lots of courage. Come here, Jake. Say a few words. These are your people.
Yeah, what Mr. Trump has taught me is courage. You know, we never back down from a fight, even if they're much bigger than you, much, much bigger than you. And I feel all the local Kentuckians feel the same way. You guys have that fight. You guys have that swag. There's a lot of young kids in here. The future of America. I grew up just a few hours away from here, and my dad taught me to fight. And all of our voices matter in America. And I'm never afraid to speak the truth, and I know you guys aren't. We are here representing the United States, and it's just a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Trump. We need more factories like this thriving all over the country, and I know he's going to be the one to bring that here to us. I know God is with us. I know he wants us on the right side of history. And everyone here has to do their part, and God's got us. Trump's got us. God bless. Love you, Kentucky.
No, he's a great guy. He's a courageous guy and a talented guy. He's a hell of a fighter, too, by the way. And I just want to say, I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not-too-distant future, running for political office, okay? And you have my complete and total endorsement, okay? No, that's what we want. He's an incredible guy. A lot of courage and smarts. So in 4 long years, Joe Biden and the radical Democrats in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country, driving up prices all across the board. They left us a mess. In 12 months, my administration has driven down core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months, inflation was less than 1.7%. Under our policies, prices for chicken, eggs, cheese, butter, potatoes, and fresh fruit are lower today by a lot than when I took office. Hotel rates, automobile prices, and rent payments are way down as well. As a result of my direction to purchase $200 billion in mortgage bonds, a risky move, perhaps, but not for me. Mortgage rates are now the lowest in more than 5 years, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000. Their American dream, I recently signed an executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up single-family homes. Under my most favored nation agreements for drug prices, we're also slashing drug prices at record levels, with price differences of 400, 500, 600, and even 700%. Can you believe it? And I got that with the drug companies, and then I had to convince foreign nations that it's not fair, and I used the word tariff, the beautiful word. I always said one of my most favorite, most beautiful words. I used to say it's my favorite word, most beautiful word, and the fake news killed me. They said, what about your wife? What about God? What about religion? What about your children? I said, okay, it's my 5th favorite word. Now I don't get in trouble. No, they actually went after. I said, it's my favorite word in the dictionary, the word tariff. And they killed me. These guys are the worst. For decades, Americans have paid the highest drug costs in the world, but now, thanks to our policies, Americans are going to be paying the lowest drug prices paid anywhere in the world. And these incredible price reductions are available right now at, and I did not name this. This was done by Dr. Oz and Bobby. Where's Oz? He's back with the patient. See, he stays with the patient. Where's Oz? Oz, is it true that I did not name this after myself? Okay, thank you. If he said no, he'd be out of here. No, he's done a great job. And is she okay, Oz? Good. Thank you. Great. Great job. She's okay. So it's available right now, these really low prices, TrumpRx.gov. TrumpRx, and people are using it in record numbers. He named it, I didn't name it. I'm not sure I want my name on drug. Well, drug reduction is probably good, right? If prices ever go up, I'm going to say, get my name off there. But they're not going to go up. They're only going to go down. Other presidents tried to do it, but all they did was talk. It was all talk, no action. I got it done. I got it done for you. Got it done for Kentucky. But it's doing record-type business, right? Biggest price reduction. I think it's one of the biggest things to happen in medicine because the prices are just a tiny fraction of what they were. So Trump RX is a major step toward a larger goal of reducing the cost of health care for hardworking Americans since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act. You know what that is? I love the name. The Unaffordable Care Act. Oh, do the Democrats hate me? I wonder who hates me more, stupid Tom Massey or the Democrats? I think it's close. Well, they have Trump derangement syndrome. If we won that war, which we have basically done, if we won that war in one day, he should have done it faster. It's unacceptable. And by the way, if I didn't go in, now they like to complain. It's hard for them to complain. With that military is so incredible. But they like to complain. So let's assume I didn't go in. I was like every other president. Oh, no, let them kill people. Let them get an atomic weapon. Let them get a nuclear weapon that can destroy the world. So let's assume I didn't go in. They'd say, he should be going in. These are the worst people. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, named after Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard?
All right. I am back. Thanks for your patience. President, can you see me? No, you can't see me. President Trump did talk some about the war. He did talk some about it, but we're going to get back to the war coverage now. So thanks for your patience. If I find out he said anything big about the war at the end of his speech, I will let you know. All right, so what we want to do is do this here, that there. Get the sound back on from here. Oops, that's too loud. Give me a moment. Oops. Then I can put the Tel Aviv shot up too. Where is that? There we go. Beirut and Tel Aviv. We saw a number of airstrikes earlier in Beirut after Hezbollah in Lebanon launched a large amount of rockets tonight at Israel. We want to get you up to date. We're going to be taking comments, get you updates here. Let me just see. Whoa, what is this? I'm seeing some posts online about the large fire at the port of Salalah in Oman, which is the biggest port in Oman. And a fire is burning there after Iranian drones hit fuel tanks today. And hours after the the drones hit, the government said that they were still trying to contain the fire and it may take some time. And Bloomberg had said operations shut down at the port. AZ Intel posted a video purportedly of the fire there. I'm going to check online to see other reports about it. Again, that's their largest port. Now, the middle of the screen is the Beirut airport in the distance there. That's the Beirut airport. Let me just check a couple things here. See what I can dig up. Oh, I think the Revolutionary Guards released a statement about their attack tonight, coordinated with Hezbollah. Can I find this? Can I find the Revolutionary Guards statement? Let's see. I think I'm following them. Should be here somewhere. Give me another moment. Let me see. I'll check some of the Iranian state media too. Let's see. What is that? I'm hearing you can see a plane flying there in Beirut. I think we're hearing a drone on the Beirut stream, which often when we hear the drones, they're fired followed by airstrikes. Yeah, I haven't found the statement yet. N12 News says the Iranian Revolutionary Guard released a statement saying they conducted an offensive tonight coordinated with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Yes, the Revolutionary Guard said that they and Hezbollah tonight targeted more than 50 sites in Israel. They said it was a joint and integrated operation between Iranian Revolutionary Guard and the Lebanese resistance. a continuous firing for 5 hours. The Revolutionary Guard said the United Front inflicted painful blows on the Israeli enemy's military bases, they claim. I don't know that that happened. From the north of the occupied territories, Haifa, to its center, Tel Aviv, to its south, Beersheba. They also claim that intense strikes targeted the U.S. bases of Azraq and Karj in the region with missiles from the Revolutionary Guard. I have not heard of any damage to any U.S. or Israeli bases. Now that makes it sound like their joint operation for the night is over. It may not be true, but that's what it makes it sound like, because they released a statement after it. I'm seeing I'm seeing some reporting about possible new. Was there a new boat that? I'm hearing claims of a possible boat on fire, a tanker on fire. I don't know if that's new or not. I've seen that floating around online. I'll see if I can get any information about that. An Iraqi port official told Reuters 2 foreign fuel tankers were attacked in Iraqi territorial waters and caught fire. Is that true? Al Jazeera says that about a Reuters report. I haven't seen the Reuters report yet. Let me do some checking here. Some of our viewers claim one of them is a U.S. tanker. I don't know about that. So again, there are unconfirmed reports. Al Jazeera reports that the Director General of Iraq Ports said there were 25 foreign seafarers from the 2 tankers that were targeted, and they are in good health. Where is the report for this? Reuters reporting? Let me hold on a second here. Again, reports of 2 tankers, 2 oil tankers attacked, I'm seeing, in Iraqi territorial waters. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to get some better information about this. It's kind of confusing. Oh, BNO News posted about it too. BNO News says, according to Reuters, 2 oil tankers are on fire after being attacked in the Persian Gulf off Iraq. It is unclear who carried out the attack. So, reports of 2 oil tankers attacked and on fire off Iraq coast. B&O News posted a video that's supposedly from one of them, or both of them, I guess. I saw a different video. I reposted the video on my X account. I'll put a link to it in the chat. Hold on. If you want to go, if you want to go, you got to go to B&O News. You can watch the video. But you can see it says 2 oil tankers are on fire after being attacked in the Persian Gulf off of Iraq. According to Reuters, it is unclear who carried out the attack. I don't know that there would be mines off the coast of Iraq. A number of boats have been hit by projectiles of some sort. I don't know whether it's missiles or drones or torpedoes or what. A number of boats have been attacked in and around the Strait of Hormuz. And just to show you what we're talking about here, so this would be, I mean, the Persian Gulf, if you look here, you can see, so there's Iran here, here's the Persian Gulf, here's the Strait of Hormuz in here, here's Iraq. So if it's off the coast of Iraq, it would be up here in the northern Persian Gulf, I would think. But again, Iraq's coastline with the Persian Gulf is next to Iran's coastline with the Persian Gulf. So trying to find out more about these new reported tankers on fire. Oh, this is another, hold on, what's this? Sorry. Another purported video of the boats on fire. I'll post it in the chat right there. And some more Iranian state media posted what they said was videos, which I'll post in the chat there. Oh, is this a different one than B&O posted? Hold on. Hold on. I have 2 more videos. Just posted a couple more in the chat. Now, is another question is, were these tankers full? Are they spilling their oil? Don't know about that either. These look like pretty, well, I mean, the fire looks like pretty catastrophic on these boats. More purported video from the incident, from the reported attacks on 2 oil tankers in Iraqi waters. I already posted a link to this in the chat from Al Hadath. Oil is back up. I got to check the oil price. I think you're going to be hearing a lot more about this story, though. What is going on with this, with these 2 tankers? Oil price, has it jumped in the last few minutes, or is it just... Right now, I'm seeing about Brent crude about 92 for Brent crude. It's kind of been just going up today. It's up about 5% today. It went down a little at the start of the day. One of our viewers thinks FizzKizBound thinks it's on fire and oil floats. Most of it will be burnt up and not much will be in the ocean. That's what our viewer thinks. Oh, I asked AI about this question, about an oil tanker on fire. And it does say that once oil hits the relatively cold water, that can cause the fire to go out. So I don't know. It sounds like some will burn and some can stay in the water. I don't know exactly. Yes, I am aware that AI sometimes makes mistakes. I am aware of that. This seemed to be a pretty reasonable assumption that it was talking about. So, with the caveat that I'm not going to do full research on this now. I am seeing a report from this Israeli journalist account I follow called News the Security Cabinet, which says from From 8 p.m. until now, 150 rockets have been launched from Lebanon. So a big increase tonight in the amount of rockets being launched at Israel from Lebanon. Sirens are sounding in Kuwait again, according to Al Jazeera. Hey, I owe a couple thank yous. Thanks to One Accd. No, One Accd, these reports are about new boats attacked in recent hours on fire. Thank you, One Accd. Also thanks Planet Krab for being a member. Thanks Mark P85. Thanks for He Shall Save. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sorry for the delay. Jack B5813, thank you so much. Austin N199, thank you. Red Wolf, thank you so much for your support. D. Hayworth, thank you. Goopy76, Chris 10RMH, Alaskan Lost, Acadius 1983, Coffee Beard, thank you. Sorry for the delay in thanking you. Also, P-Rocks P, P-Rocks RP on Twitch, Rez Junglist on Twitch. Thank you, Rez, for all your support. And give me a moment here. The Kuwait Army says the Kuwaiti air defenses are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. OSIN Technical posted a close-up video of either one or both of those oil tankers in Iraqi water, apparently on fire in Iraqi waters. Huge fire. Now I don't know what hit these. Oh, I can turn down the brightness a little bit on the bottom camera. It's a little too bright right now. I had it brightened up before, but it's too bright now. Seems a little, maybe. Do that. But I don't know how those boats caught on fire. Were they, hit by a rocket or a missile or a drone or a mine or what? That I don't know. Yes, we are hearing a drone, as one of our viewers just mentioned, in the Beirut shot. Beirut is just quiet there right now. There's not a lot of, I mean, on that, I don't really have it turned down that much. It's just, there's not much you're hearing on the stream at the moment. Lee Mitchell replied to me about the 2 tankers reportedly being attacked and says, I can't see countries around the world tolerating this for much longer. I will be surprised if we don't see more countries attack Iran. Julie Modine said, whose tankers are these? That I do not know. Paula said, whose tankers? Paula Thompson. That I don't know. I haven't seen reporting on that yet. Herbert, hey, thanks for subscribing, Herbert. Herbert45 says, are really 2 oil tankers burning? There's a bunch of reporting on this right now, so seems like a pretty reliable thing to me given the amount of reporting, but I wouldn't say it's confirmed yet. I'm pretty confident it's going to turn out to be legit. I just saw there's a drone alerts in northern Israel by the border with Lebanon. Drone alerts. One Act CD thinks it's the Express Rome. What I can do is I can check. Thanks, One Act CD. I should check marine traffic. I don't know how close it is to the coast there. You can go to marinetraffic.com. The ship tracking and marine analytics provider. And if you go to marinetraffic.com, you can check out, here's the north of the Gulf. I don't know where the tanker's supposed to be. I mean, there's a bunch of ships right here near Iraq. I don't know how close to Iraq this is. This is the Iraqi coast right here. I do not know. Hold on a second here. One Act CD mentioned the ship Express Rome. Well, that ship Express Rome is near the Strait of Hormuz. There were three different ships attacked in the past day, not besides these 2. I don't have the names of those though. Hold on. I am seeing more drone alerts in northern Israel. Drone alerts. Smoker Gaming thinks it was a ship from the Philippines? What, one of the 2 ships? One Exceedy says the Express Rome is new from this morning? I don't know. I haven't heard that. I got to keep looking for more information. Nothing from the UK MTO about it at this point. What is STS? Oh, Tanker Trackers says ship-to-ship cargo. All right. So tankertrackers.com, which covers tankers, they say there are 4 ship-to-ship transfer operations, that ship-to-ship transfer operations currently taking place off the southern coast of Iraq. Oh, Tanker Trackers just posted what they think the 2 ships are that off the coast of Iraq that got attacked. They say it's the Zephyros and Safe Sea Vishnu. Hang on a moment. We lost for the moment. We lost the Tel Aviv stream. Give me a moment. So again, Tanker Trackers, which they cover tankers, they say that they believe this was a pair of ships involved in a ship-to-ship transfer operation called the Zephyros, that's Zefiros, and Safe Sea Vishnu. Although, so let me see here. Marinetraffic.com. Oh, one of our viewers said there were interceptors on yeah, there's a rocket alert north of Tel Aviv, just one. So one of our viewers said they saw interceptors on Intel cams. You can check out the cameras on Intel cams. You can sometimes see interceptors on there. Give me a moment. I was trying to find those. I was going to find the ships that Tanker Tracker mentioned on marine traffic. What did they say they were? Tanker Trackers thinks it's the Zephyros and Safe Sea Vishnu. Here. So this is marine traffic. Oops. Here's marinetraffic.com. And if we go to the live, there's a tanker there, Safe Sea Vishnu. And if we, all right, so if you look at the live map here on tanker on marine traffic, you have the Safe Sea Vishnu, and then next to it you have the Zephyros. Those are 2 oil tankers. See? Speed 0, but that's, when is the position from? 3 hours ago. Speed 0 as of an hour ago, or 0.5 knots. And as to where this is located, if we zoom out, so these 2 ships, there's the coast of Iraq right here. And these 2 ships would be in this group of ships. In this group of ships. Where was it now? See the 2, see right those 2. See the 2 ships next to each other? Oh, and that ship is, that's a tug, which is also in the area. Again, those are the 2 that tankertrackers.com thinks. Oh, the Tel Aviv stream got, guys, the Tel Aviv stream got cut because the news channels are not allowed to show the rockets in the air. That's why somebody said switch to Tel Aviv. This is the current Tel Aviv stream. Ready? Further live coverage is expected because they cut the feeds. When there's alerts, they cut the feeds. That is the current Tel Aviv stream that I have access to. Further live coverage is expected. That's the government. The government of Israel has told the news channels you cannot show these things. It's been like that for a week now. N12 says, was there a pre-alert too? I think there was a pre-alert for maybe a missile warning in Tel Aviv. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, and I saw a report from N12 said there was firing going on from both Lebanon and Israel and Iran. So again, I don't have a Tel Aviv feed right now for you. My Tel Aviv feed has been taken off the air temporarily. Intel Cams has a Tel Aviv camera. Okay, the current alerts are more Jerusalem. Here, that looks like a missile alert. You can see it's Jerusalem and the surrounding area. I don't have a Jerusalem feed right now. Again, the feeds are censored. But there is again, looks like that looks more like a missile alert. When missiles come in, a lot of locations will be under alert because it's unclear where the missile will go initially. And now it goes all the way across there. Well, again, that could still be from only one or two missiles. We don't know how many missiles, but you can see the range across. So again, some sort of looks like a missile alert after rocket alerts. Now, was AP showing something? Because they're not supposed to be showing it. It literally says it on the feed. That's why I have, yeah, AP is now showing something. Hold on a second. Let me see here. AP looks like they showed an interceptor. Oh, so go up. But actually, hold on a second here. What happened here? I have to be careful. At the moment, I don't have the rights to the AP feed. I accidentally had it on, which is not a problem. But in theory, they're supposed to, literally under the AP feed on AP, it says, under Israeli military censorship rules, the AP cannot show live images of interceptions or disclose the exact locations of strikes. So it looks like for this alert, AP accidentally left their camera up. That's what I think happened. Because it literally says that below the feed. I'm reading it. So it looks like AP left their Jerusalem camera on. Up, they're moving the camera now. The camera's moving now. So AP just moved the camera away from the sky. That's what they just did. That's what they normally do. So that's why it was. They just pointed it down at the camera had seen like an intercept or something. And AP, what they just did, I can't show it to you. I didn't buy this camera for this reason tonight. Is they just panned the camera away, and now the camera is on the AP Jerusalem camera is pointed at an intersection on the street. Okay. So that's why I don't have that one right now. I'll see if I can get any reports about what happened. Again, I'm sorry, but I don't make the rules in Israel about the coverage. If they didn't have that coverage rule, I'd have lots of cameras for you. But the cameras I have are all under that censorship rule. Jack thinks the camera operator was getting snacks. It's possible. Once in a while with the feeds, they like forget to move them or something. But then the vast majority of the time, they just move them. Let me see what I'm hearing from Israeli reporting about this new wave. Again, rockets and one or more missiles, it looks like, were fired. Reports of interceptions. N12 News says there were interceptions carried around out in the center of the country in Jerusalem. I don't know if you guys saw, I wasn't looking at Intel cams, but there might have been stuff on Intel cams. We have a is this a statement? Hey, a new statement from Hezbollah. They just, Hezbollah says, in response to the criminal Israeli aggression that targeted dozens of Lebanese cities and towns and the southern suburbs of Beirut, and as part of the series of Operation Protective Edge, Hezbollah targeted a base in Israel, they say, southeast of Haifa, at 23:30 on Wednesday, 11, 2026, with a barrage of high-quality missiles. Well, they say 23:30. So Lebanon time now is 1:30. No. Yeah, it's about 1:40. I don't know if the 23:30 is some kind of weird timing. They just came out with a statement, so I kind of feel like maybe they're talking about the rockets they just fired. N12 News says initial report of shrapnel falling in central Israel. No injuries reported from the latest rocket and missile attack. Crews have dispatched to the scene. So far, that's what I've heard. Also, I have a report from Israeli reporter Daphne Leal. Daphne Leal says reports of several locations in Israel with interception fragments. So far, no reports of casualties have been received. And the incident is over, according to Home Front Command. Oh, I didn't hear about the striker thing. Thanks for mentioning it. I'll talk about that now. Thanks, apocalyptic. I never say it this way. Apocalypticism. Apocalypticism. That's a mouthful. Talked about the striker attack. Hang on, I'll pull up something about that for you guys. You can see here, Iranian-linked hackers claim responsibility for attack on U.S. medical device maker Stryker. Reuters says, an Iranian-linked hacking group claimed responsibility for a destructive cyber attack on a U.S.-based medical device and services provider Stryker, according to their Telegram channel, the hacking group. The company said the attack caused disruptions and limitations of access to some systems, and timeline for a full restoration is not yet known. Staff and contractors said the logo of an Iran-linked hacking group has appeared on the company's login pages. A company spokesperson said, we have no indication of ransomware or malware and believe the incident is contained. Stryker shares ended down 3.6% today. Fears have mounted that Iran, which has sophisticated cyber espionage capabilities, might retaliate against U.S. or Israeli entities. A former FBI cyber official and expert, Cynthia Kaiser, said this is exactly the type of attack we have been worried about, Iranian proxies using destructive cyber attacks like data deletion against U.S. companies to retaliate. Handala, an Iranian-linked hacking persona that has claimed multiple attacks on targets around Israel and Israel around the world, said in a message posted to its Telegram channel that it was responsible for the attack, which was in response to the strike on the Minab school in southern Iran and ongoing cyber assaults. So they said this attack was in response to the girls' school being hit and killing around 150 students, which is, multiple reports say that was a U.S. missile that struck the school. A couple of reports today in Reuters and the New York Times suggest say that attack could have been due to out-of-date targeting data. More about this attack on this U.S. health devices company Stryker. The outages began shortly after midnight. The company's staff found that remote devices running Microsoft's Windows operating system, including cell phones, laptops, and others configured to connect to Stryker's technology systems, had been wiped. An Israeli cybersecurity firm, Check Point, chief of staff, said this group is the most notorious group affiliated with the Iranian regime. Check Point believes that this hacking group operates under Iran's Ministry of Intelligence. Thanks to our viewer for mentioning that. See if I can find their Telegram. Hold on. See what their message was. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. The Wall Street Journal has a headline, Iran expands war with major cyber attack against U.S. company. Stryker has about 56,000 employees. The Wall Street Journal says an Iranian cyber attack on a major U.S. company would be a new turn in the war with Iran. Boston Brat says the message is at Krebs on security. It is affecting me at work now. The message is wild. Krebs on security. You can go there and see the message at Krebs on KERBS on security.com. I'll post a link to the Krebs on security site if you want to see the message from the hacking group. Which may be linked to Iranian Ministry of Intelligence. Oh, hold on. I think I might have it here. Handle RSS. Oh, I think I found the thing online. That's not the whole thing, though. What are we hearing? More alerts now? More alerts. I'm not seeing them at the moment. I checked the map. I don't see any alerts on the map at the moment. The IDF says it is possible to leave the protected area. 5 minutes ago, the IDF said they have launched a broad wave of attacks against targets of the Iranian terrorist regime in Tehran. So Israel is now carrying out more attacks in Tehran. Thank you, FlesherNet. I really appreciate that. Also, Zach Hudson. Has the new Supreme Leader made a video? Not that I'm aware of. Is he confirmed to be alive? Well, I've heard some reports that say he claiming he was wounded. Confirmation that he's alive. You mean like a video that's verifiable from today or yesterday? I'm not aware of that. I will say this, though. It wouldn't really make sense. It wouldn't make sense for several days ago the Iranians to announce that he's the new supreme leader if he's dead. So at a certain point, the bare fact that they named him their new supreme leader is, in a certain sense, proof that he's alive, or at least was alive at the time. I haven't heard of any new reporting that he's not alive. But at the same time, there have been these questions going around about whether he's injured or not, and if so, how much. It's just not known. He's the only there have only been 2 supreme leaders previously. So again, it wouldn't really make sense to me for them to name somebody they know is dead as supreme leader. It would now you might laugh at this, but among their followers, among those who support them, it would undermine their credibility with those people. That's my thought. But I mean, a big question seems to be is how injured. If he's injured, is he injured, and how injured is he? And we just don't know. If I hear anything on that, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Zach Hudson, and Boston Brat, and Joey Kenny. Joey Kenny says things are going to be so expensive for everyone with oil going up. Thank you again, Apocalypticism. I got it. Thank you. Also, X Carley and Jesse Lee Belisov. Mega is God. Roberto Rito from the Philippines. Thank you. Crypto King. Hold on. What's happening? Are we about to see a strike? Listen. 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 There's a plane. I don't know if that's going to be a strike. We are hearing a plane. Sometimes you hear a munition come in and explode. By the way, shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate it. We have moderating Beth Mythical, Roberts, May Queen. Thank you. Camera moving. Camera moving. LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai, Surly Dev, Linda Belk Larry, Misha on X, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Hey, by the way, thanks on Facebook to Heather Rain Waldron and Brian Davio and Jackie Glassman for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. We are hearing definitely drones. These are, what are these, drone alerts? Oh, some rocket alerts in the north. You might want to check out Intel cams because there are some rocket alerts in northern Israel. This is by far the night with the most rockets being fired from Hezbollah in Lebanon. By far. I just saw an interceptor go up on Intel Cam's northern Israel shot. You could see, oh, it looks like an interceptor to me, but maybe it's not an interceptor. Looked like one to me. Oh, hold on. What's happening? There's a plane coming. I think that's why the camera moved. I think the cameraman thinks when they hear a plane, you could have a strike. Some viewers are saying they saw an explosion or explosions on Intel cams, maybe a interception. AZ Intel says that Reuters says that a foreign crew member was killed after Iranian boats filled with explosives hit fuel tankers. I have to try to get the original report. AZ Intel says Reuters is reporting that. I have not seen the report from Reuters myself. Faytux News says Iranian explosive-laden boats have struck one Greek-owned tanker and one U.S.-owned tanker. The U.S., one of them's U.S.-owned? Off the coast. Who owns Zephyros? Off the coast of Iraq? Zephyros, CFC Vishnu, which Tanker Tracker says is one of them, was owned by, Stephen say? One of them sails under the flag of Marshall Islands. I don't know who owns these things. All right, give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Faytux is saying that one is Greek-owned and one is U.S.-owned. Trying to get more confirmation of this. Seeing a couple reports claiming that it was maybe there was like sounds like maybe it was like sea drones possibly. Explosives laden boats. The Washington Post reports that the Iranian school building that got hit on the first day of the war was on a U.S. target list and may have been mistaken for a military site. That's a drone alert in northern Israel. One moment. Another plane. Uh-oh. Watch this. We're hearing something. We're hearing something. We just heard a boom. We just heard a boom right now. They did not see it on the camera, but you could hear the something coming in, like a missile coming in, and we heard a boom. Oh, there it is back there. It's back there. You can see the smoke right now. You can see the smoke back there. I can rewind it. I didn't see a flash, but you can definitely see the smoke. This is in Beirut. Oh, sorry. You know, I know it said Beirut and Tel Aviv, but I took the Tel Aviv camera off and I didn't adjust the headline. This is Beirut, not Tel Aviv. Sorry. I didn't see any. We had the Tel Aviv cam up until a little while ago, and then the Tel Aviv cam went down when the went down while the missile alert was happening. Let me take a second and see if I can rewind that for you. Definitely heard it. I don't know that. Why is this? I already have the brightness up a bunch. Yeah, if you turn the brightness up, it doesn't really help that much, and I don't want to turn it up overly. Turned it up a bit more. Let me just rewind that for a second. So there's the smoke. This is going to be moments ago now. Right here. This is moments ago. I didn't see a flash. Just heard the boom, and then you see the smoke back there. See the smoke in the back? Slight flash as the camera turns? Was there a flash as the camera turned? Hold on. Was there sometimes you do see a flash before it moves. I'm going to look on the right. Do you see anything to the right? I did not see a flash. I I just saw that smoke, the boom in the smoke. Some viewers said they saw a flash. Number of Israeli strikes tonight on Hezbollah targets in Beirut. Very little flash. All right, let's go up to let's make it live again. Now we're back on live. Tanker Trackers says one of the two ships that was attacked off the coast of Iraq was Zephyros, which is Greek owned, and the other one is Safe Sea Vishnu, which is U.S. owned. Why those two ships? I don't know. Could be a target of opportunity. I mean, a bunch of ships have been attacked in the waters off of Iran since the war started. But maybe they were specifically trying to get a U.S.-owned one. I'm not sure. Maybe another strike right now? I don't know. Every time I hear something flying through the air. Sounds like a plane. Oh, we have an announcement on the release of oil, by the way. We have an announcement about Secretary Wright has announced. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can get you the press release here. It's not there. Anne-Marie Hordern with Bloomberg says, Secretary of Energy Wright announces President Trump authorized the Department of Energy to release 172 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve beginning next week. This will take approximately 120 days to deliver based on planned discharge rates. It's part of the plan by the IEA to discharge a total of 400 million barrels from reserves globally. So the U.S. will release 172 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Which is, by the way, the capacity for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is 714 million barrels. The current inventory is displayed on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve's website. Where? Where is it? So the authorized capacity is 714 million barrels. And Trump is authorized the release of about a quarter of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is at maximum capacity, it's about 714 million barrels. And President Trump has authorized the release of 172 million barrels. That's just coming out now. It's the world's largest supply of emergency crude oil, it says. These federally owned oil stocks are stored in massive underground salt caverns along the Texas and Louisiana coastlines of the Gulf of America, they say. The Gulf of Mexico, many call it as well. It currently holds, actually, the SPR, according to the website says it currently has about 400 million barrels of crude oil. Hold on. Boom! A huge strike! Oh my gosh, look at that. Wow, we just saw a huge strike. You're going to hear a boom in a second. Wow. Another airstrike in Beirut right now. You just saw it. You might see another one. So, a new strike, a large explosion in Beirut. We've seen a bunch of these tonight. Israel attacking Hezbollah targets after Hezbollah launched a number of rockets tonight, the largest of the war amount, into Israel. So, President Trump has announced the Department of Energy has just announced that the U.S. will release 172 million barrels from its strategic petroleum reserve. And according to the website, as of August of last year, the reserve had 402 million barrels. So it'd be about 40% of the balance of what the reserve had, if it wasn't greatly increased since then. I am going to rewind and show you that airstrike in a second. All right, here we go. I am rewinding to show you what we just saw. We saw a big explosion, big strike there. Moments ago, here we go. I don't know how much that oil will last. One of the viewers said, how much will the oil last? But, you know, it's about 40% of the amount in the reserve, according to the website. This is a replay from moments ago. Wow. Play that one more time. I'll actually take myself off the screen so you can see it again. Wow. Then the smoke comes up. Let me just go back for a second. So you can see the size of that explosion. Wow, look at that. That was the explosion. So another strike we just saw in Beirut. Now we're back at live. Uh-oh. We're going to hear something. This is live. We're going to hear another one? We're hearing a lot of plane activity overhead. Hang on a second here. The press release from the U.S. Department of Energy says the 172 million barrels it is releasing from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve will be released over 120 days. So about 1.4 million barrels a day. Also, the United States has arranged to more than replace these strategic reserves with approximately 200 million barrels within the next year, says the Department of Energy. 20% more barrels than will be drawn down and at no cost to the taxpayer. Is this Venezuelan oil? How do they arrange to have 200 million more barrels in the reserve at no cost to the taxpayer? Are we talking about Venezuelan oil? I don't know how else they'd get it. I'm literally reading that from the Department of Energy press release, though. Iranian, look at that. Unlike the previous administration, which left America's oil reserves drained and damaged, the U.S. has arranged to more than replace these strategic reserves with approximately 200 million barrels in the next year. 20% more barrels will be drawn down at no cost to the taxpayer. Let me see here. I mean, is there any? Am I missing something? Where else would the 200 million come from? Barrels of oil. That's about what? $20 billion worth? If it's $100 a barrel, if it's $90 a barrel, it's what, about $18 billion? Joe Kenny thinks 200 million barrels is nothing. Hormuz is 20 million a day. So is that how much goes through the day? I don't know. I'll have to look. So that's 10 days of the strait being closed. Saying all these big numbers, prices don't change till it's reopened, and Iran is not letting that happen. That's what Joe thinks. Yes, apparently about 20 million barrels per day through this. Oh well, crude oil, condensate, and petroleum products, not just crude oil. But roughly, it looks like. I'm looking at the U.S. Energy Information. Petroleum and petroleum products. Crude oil per day is looks like about 15 million through the, and total oil flow, which includes petroleum products, it's about 20 million barrels per day, as our viewer said. The oil, hold on a second here. In 1998, it looks like the government collects royalties, maybe from, I'm a little confused here. I was looking how to see how the SPR gets its oil, and I saw one thing online that said it comes from purchases on the open market and payments, royalties in kind payments from companies drilling on federal lands. And also, the Department of Energy sometimes negotiates exchanges with private entities. Yes, as one of our viewers, JS from Boston, said, this group of companies the U.S. is in called the IEA agreed as a group to release 400 million total barrels. Maybe I can give you a little more on this, on that news on the strategic petroleum reserve news. President Trump announcing 172 million barrels to be released. The Wall Street Journal, so the International Energy Agency, which has the U.S., said it would release 400 million barrels. That would more than double the agency's biggest prior release, says the Wall Street Journal, which was, as a whole group, 182 million barrels after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Yes, and as one of our viewers said, the Wall Street Journal said, that represents 400 million barrels is about 20 days worth of the supply that would normally come through the Strait of Hormuz, which is about 20 million barrels a day. Thanks, Arnold Palmer. I saw that report. Let me try to get some more information. Right now, Brent crude is at about It's still trading a 1 hour delay. WTI crude is up to about 92 right now. Up about Brent crude is in a WTI crude are up about 5. WTI crude is up about 5.5% today. Then there's a report from Kim Hovik that Fatux News posted of purportedly an Iranian drone hitting a high rise in Dubai earlier tonight. I'll post a link to that in the chat. Oh, yes, the Dubai Media Office. Yes, the Dubai Media Office says that a drone fell on a building in the vicinity of Dubai Creek Harbor. And I am seeing this described as the Dubai Creek Harbor Tower. Dubai Creek Harbor is, it says proposed observation tower, but I'm seeing a bunch of videos. I just posted one of them in the chat of a high rise in Dubai. So this was in the vicinity of Dubai Creek Harbor. In the vicinity of the harbor is where this drone hit the building. That's according to the Dubai Media Office said this. Yep, our viewer says a small fire in a big building from what I have seen. This is quite a big building, it looks like. Kim Hovik says it's Dubai Creek Harbor Tower 2. Cheyenne Shardarazadeh mentioned this as well. That this is the it's a 5-star luxury hotel in Dubai. Cheyenne says he's with BBC. Footage posted on social media tonight shows smoke and fire rising from the top of the Address Creek Harbor, a 5-star luxury hotel in Dubai. The Address Creek Harbor. Unless it's 2 different buildings, but I thought it's only 1 building. Hang on. I don't know if anybody was injured in that. Oh, did they post again about it, the Dubai media office? Authorities have fought. Hey, I got it right here. Hey, look, guys, here it is. You can see it right here. Authorities have fully brought the fire under control and all residents are safe. No injuries have been reported. This is 16 minutes ago. You guys see this? Where? Oh, it's right there. There it is right in there. See how it's all black in here? Our viewer Zaba says Dubai calls everything minor. That's a high rise too. It's a tall building, very tall building. So it looks like a drone flew into it. I haven't heard that it was targeting anyone in particular. There's been a number of drone attacks on prominent hotel buildings or other big buildings in the Gulf region during this war by Iran. Paul Thomas says it's no biggie. So again, that was apparently in Dubai, the site of an Iranian drone attack tonight. This was a drone that hit the building, they said. CNN reported, AZ Intel mentioned that CNN has a new report about the tankers attacked. Okay? Thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning that. So CNN's new report says that. Now remember, before today, the day before today, the past day before today, there were 3 ships in or near the Strait of Hormuz that were attacked. So now we have this new attack. CNN says 38 rescued from oil tankers, ablaze in Gulf after suspected Iranian attack, at least 1 dead. The head of Iraq's ports company told CNN it had rescued 38 crew members of 2 foreign oil tankers that were on fire in the Persian Gulf. Reuters reported an initial investigation found explosive-laden Iranian boats had hit the 2 tankers. Those would be, I assume those are like sea drones. Ukraine has used sea drones to sink a number of Russian ships. Footage verified by CNN showed the 2 tankers on fire, with flames spreading into the surrounding water, likely the result of an oil spill. They were anchored alongside each other. Tanker trackers said that they were doing a ship-to-ship transfer. One of them is owned by a U.S. company, and one of them is owned by a Greek owner. CNN says the two boats, which is the same thing that Tanker Tracker said, were the Safe Sea Vishnu and the Zephyros. And the Safe Sea Vishnu is owned by a U.S. company. It's a crude oil tanker. Safe Sea Vishnu. Wonder how much an oil tanker like this costs. So that's 5 ships attacked in the last 2 days. I feel like this should be getting a bit more attention. I mean, I think this is it's a very big story. That in the last days, 5 ships have been attacked by Iran. 5 in 2 days. I don't think that ships are going to be falling over themselves to go through the Strait of Hormuz in this situation. I asked AI how much one of those tankers would be worth, the Safe Sea Vishnu, and it talked about how much different tankers have sold for, and it suggests that its market value is probably $16 to $20 million. And to say nothing of, I mean, I don't know, how many barrels of oil would it hold? And how many barrels of oil? Let's see. So that tanker, one of them, holds about a half a million barrels of oil, which means if it was full, you're talking about 530 to 550,000 barrels of oil, which means you're talking about, if it's full and it's $90 a barrel, then you're talking about like what, $40 million, like $50 million worth of oil. So you could be talking about, by my math, a $15 to $20 million ship plus about $50 million worth of oil. If it's full of oil. I don't know that it was. What are the environmental repercussions? I don't know. It's a good question. We were talking about that a bit earlier. And that's two ships, 2 tankers tonight. And I mean, this isn't Iran. For what it looks like is these weren't even manned attacks. Sea drones. New point from Reuters. Reuters reports, Idris Ali, U.S. intelligence indicates that Iran's leadership is still largely intact and is not at risk of collapse anytime soon after nearly 2 weeks of relentless U.S. and Israeli bombardment. Oh, I don't have the rights to President Trump speaking at Joint Base. Is the White House showing it? That's the only way I could show it. No, the White House isn't live showing it. I don't have the rights to him talking to reporters. He is talking to reporters at Joint Base Andrews. We showed him talking earlier today when he gave his speech. Gidonicus thinks it's not hard to sabotage the Hormuz. John Rocker, our viewer, thinks everything is being downplayed sad. Oh, hold on a second here. Oh. Hold on a second here. I realized, thanks to Sonic, that the monitors are missing from behind me. Why is that happening? Here, these should be, where did they go? Where did they go? Was it not there? Hold on, let's see here. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're back. The monitors were missing. Okay, now they are back. Hey, thank you to probably put Tel Aviv back up at this point. There is Tel Aviv again. Thanks to Jenny Ann. I appreciate your support, Jenny Ann. Thank you so much. Also, Midwest Doug, who says there's a report that Shell, Total Energies, and others declare force majeure to their clients who take LNG from Qatar. I know Qatar had said they were temporarily stopping producing LNG like last week. I'll have to check on that. Thanks, Midwest Doug, for your support. Thanks to Jeff 06360 and Man for Some Markets. Man for Some Markets says SPR has both sweet and sour mixes, so it's not one type of oil. That's what Man from Some Markets says. I looked it up and it says, I think it's true. There is both sweet and sour crude in the reserve. That is true. Sweet crude can be processed by nearly all refiners, not the same as for sour crude. It's 40% sweet and 60% sour, says Department of Energy. Thank you, 1ACD. Thank you, CMG993, who says they are selling the oil in reserve at a high price. When oil prices come down, they will buy back the oil and fill the reserve, making a profit. In theory, so I see what you're saying. If they can take the money in from selling it and then buy it back, that assumes that the price will go down, of course, in the near future, so they can buy it back. Thank you, CMG993. That's interesting. Maybe that's going to happen. But then there's an initial cost to fill it up. So you had to get, assuming there was some cost to fill it. If you then sell it and then buy it back, you're still left with an initial cost to the taxpayer. Anyways, it's an interesting discussion. I don't want to get into it right now. But I understand what you're saying, CMJ. Thank you. Thank you, Pluto's Spirit. Hey, Pluto's Spirit, thanks for watching since 2019. I appreciate it, Pluto's Spirit. Thank you. Also, thanks to Super Killa. Thank you. And Man for Some Markets, who says SPR has cashless swaps they can utilize with partner refiners. Oh, thanks, Neo Stigma. We talked about the drone in Dubai. Thanks for mentioning that. And your support, Neo Stigma. Pluto Spirit, thank you for being a member. Roger Shoemaker for being a member. M. Skirata from Germany, thank you so much. Rusty Dangler. No, I can't do it. That's Intel Cam's thing. If you want to see the Intel Cams coverage, go to Intel Cams. I talked to Intel Cams, but just for technical reasons, there's no way we can do it. It can't happen. So if you want to see the Intel Cam stuff, you got to go to Intel Cams. But thank you, Rusty Dangler. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Shazad. Shazad Saeed, who says, Benjamin Netanyahu not been seen in 4 or 5 days? Is that true? I don't know. I have not heard any reports that anything is wrong with Benjamin Netanyahu. Myself. Not heard it at all. But thank you, Shazad Saeed. I appreciate it. If I hear anything about that, I'll let you know. Hey, Torment of Tantalus, that's so generous of you, who says, it's very possible neither the U.S. nor Israel know where the new Ayatollah is, so the pundits are trying to pressure the Ayatollah to make an appearance so his location can be figured out. Such things have been done before. Thank you, Torment of Tantalus. That's so generous of you. Thank you. Daddy Pronator, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks for that, for your support. Thanks, Liz Cleopatra. We spent about 10-15 minutes talking about that story a short while ago about Iran, an Iranian hacking group, possibly connected to the government, doing a cyber attack on a U.S. company earlier today. I believe it was a medical device company, Stryker. So thank you so much, Liz S. Cleopatra, for your support. I appreciate that. And Stephen Fry, thank you. And Starburst 23, thank you. And Jan Huber, thanks. Jan says, chances are this war won't be over anytime soon. Thanks to Citizen X on Twitch. Thanks, Naomi Russo, for the bits on Twitch. So nice of you. Thanks, Keezy Bun Gaming, for subscribing on Twitch. Oh. What is this? Thanks also, Hotfix92 from Kyrgyzstan. Thanks for watching from Kyrgyzstan. If you're really in Kyrgyzstan, that's really neat. Thanks, Hotfix92. Also, Tommy TV 161. Yes, I think we have talked about the California drone story 3 different times. I will talk about it again, because I know some people don't watch the whole stream, but I believe we've spoken about it 3 different times on the stream. The story does not say that, so thank you so much, Tommy TV 161. Now, again, before I mention this again, for those who haven't heard it, The story does not say that there's a really good chance of this happening. To be clear. To be clear. What the story said was, oh, he's not in Kyrgyzstan? Well, I don't know. If he is, he is. If he's not, he's not. It's cool if he is. It's fine if he's not. The story said, just to read this again, ABC News said that the FBI warned police departments in California in recent days that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. They said in the alert given to California police, I guess, the FBI said, we recently acquired information that as of February 2026, Iran allegedly wanted to, conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. So it says Iran allegedly aspired to, wanted to. That doesn't mean that they had made serious preparations for doing it, or were close to doing it, or there's a good chance of them doing it. Now, I'm not trying to play down the thing. I don't know. I'm just... it's possible that this was just a sort of, something they heard somewhere, that this was being discussed somewhere, and it wasn't actually under serious consideration or even close to being pulled off. So I just don't want to alarm people unnecessarily. The report as is quite unspecific. So I just don't know. If it's something, in theory, you wouldn't need a big military ship to do it. But I don't think we're going to get it. I'd be interested in knowing more about what the intelligence was. Thanks, Tommy, for mentioning it. Rusty Jones says, I'm sure Iran wants to do a lot. Reuters says it was a confidential alert issued by the FBI through the multi-agency Los Angeles Joint Regional Intelligence Center. Excuse me. Oh, I guess it was sent out on the day the war began. It was issued before the outbreak of hostilities, Reuters says. The governor's office said the bulletin was one of many security updates the state received from federal partners daily. Reuters reported earlier this month that Iran and its proxies could target the U.S. with attacks. A threat assessment produced by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security said Iran and its proxies probably pose a threat of targeted attacks on the United States, although large-scale physical strike was unlikely. Thanks again to Tommy TV. And also Pamela Sharp, our member. Thank you. One of the viewers says, does Iran have drones left at this point? DVV said that. There was I saw a little interesting discussion online about, in some article about how many drones could they build. They clearly have a significant drone building capacity, but I don't know how much of that has been destroyed in the last week in the war, in the last week and a half, I guess. Oh, this is interesting. I had missed this before. Thanks. Spencer Cairo mentioned this, and AZ Intel also mentioned this. The Ministry of the Interior for Bahrain said that Iran hit fuel tanks at a facility in Muharraq Governorate. I don't know what the facility is, and the competent authorities are taking the required procedures. That is in Bahrain. In Muharraq. I wonder what facility is there. All right, so if we look at this, oh, there's an airport there. Muharraq Island does have an airport on it. Here, look at this. Hold on. I wonder if it was at the airport there. Because they hit fuel tanks at a different airport, right? Was it Kuwait Airport? I forget. But, look, so this is Muharraq right here in Bahrain. It's the island here. Oh, no, it's a city on the island. But it's somewhere on Muharraq. But I do notice a big airport there. So I wonder if they hit the fuel tanks at the airport. Where are the fuel tanks at the airport? Let's see. Can we find them? On Google Maps. I'm looking. I would assume there's fuel tanks there somewhere. Somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. Oh, here. There? Did they target those fuel tanks? Just a guess. Let's see. That I don't know. We'll have to see. Hold on. Let me see online. I saw one video supposedly from near there. Let's see here. I am not sure. How about Dubai? We saw a bunch of airstrikes by Israel in Beirut tonight. The IDF says, over the past hours, the IDF has begun a wide-scale wave of strikes targeting terror infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah in Lebanon. As part of the strikes, the IDF located and dismantled dozens of launchers, which were ready to launch and neutralize dozens of Hezbollah operatives. while they were preparing to launch toward the state of Israel. Also, the IDF struck 10 terror structures in the southern suburbs of Beirut within 30 minutes, they said, including intelligence headquarters, a headquarters of the Radwan unit, and additional command centers. I wonder if they hit the fuel tanks at the Bahrain airport. That I do not know yet. But the Bahrain government says they hit fuel tanks with these drones. Drones or missiles. The two tanker, Michelle asked about the two tankers, Michelle Lauzon. The two tankers that reportedly were attacked and on fire in Iraq are new. Those aren't different from the three yesterday. Uh-oh, what's happening now? The three ships attacked yesterday in and near the Strait of Hormuz. Those are different from the two new ones. Hang on, folks. Just give me a moment. AP has an article, Oil Shock from Iran War prompts countries to open strategic reserves. A widening war in Iran has halted oil tankers, made targets of refineries, and spooked investors worried about the cascading impact of spiking energy prices. In response, the International Energy Agency agreed today to release the largest volume of emergency oil reserves in its history, pledging to make 400 million barrels available from its member nation stockpiles. 172 million of that will be from the U.S. Many countries have reserves of oil, says AP. Roughly 1/5 of the world's oil sails through Strait of Hormuz typically, but basically it's in essence closed. Ships do not want to go through there. Also, major producers in the region have cut production because they are running out of storage space. The IEA is an organization created in the aftermath of the 1973 oil crisis. It has 32 members, including Germany, Austria, and Japan, as well as the US, Mexico, Australia, and other major countries. Opting to use oil reserves is never a simple calculation, says AP. Particularly when linked to a war with constantly shifting parameters and no clear timeline. When nations tap the strategic reserves, the oil is sold into the global marketplace, theoretically increasing supply and thus lowering prices. One expert said to AP, the key question on drawing down these reserves remains one of how long will this conflict last, and more importantly, how long will the Strait of Hormuz be blocked? Another expert said to AP, it's not a matter of whether the conflict is serious enough to merit intervention, but whether the precise moment has arrived. The price is up, but it could get worse, he said. What happens if this drags on for 2-3 months? Then you run into a situation where you lose your buffer if you've already released a bunch of the reserves. Which is an interesting question. Analysts maintain that the IEA's release of 400 million barrels is a short-term bridge, making up for just a few weeks of lost supply. There's a lot of static on this sound here. I will ask about it. Hey, thanks to Sasha Mama. We had reported that, we've talked about that before on the Sasha Mama mentioned that it's been reported that the new supreme leader had lost a bunch of relatives in the strikes. We had talked about that a couple days ago. I mean, obviously he lost his father in a strike. This is Mojtaba's father. Mojtaba's father was the previous supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. But there are reports that where is it here? He lost a sister, brother-in-law, and a niece, and mother. The Guardian claims that he has a broken leg and facial injuries at the minimum. I don't know where they're getting that from. Maybe there was an official release about it at some point. Oh, they also point out that that the son of President Pezeshkian in Iran had said on Telegram that he had heard Moshtaba had been injured, but he was healthy. Moshtaba, sorry. Anyways, I'm not sure of the exact relatives he lost. There's a number of reports out about it. Thank you so much, Sasha Mama. Some think that that would make him quite unlikely to want to reach an agreement or have good relations with the U.S. Thank you also, Sam JB. Not that he'd want to anyway. He's known as a hardliner, but thank you, Sam JB. Also, thanks so much to Kelly Carter. Thank you, Kelly Carter, for your support. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers, people like Wall Street Shaggy, Grant74P, Strong One, Shakayar, Graybeard Games, Gina Pina, Tatsiki, TV Party. TV Party said, imagine what $11 billion could do to fix our aging energy grid. How many veterans could get housing? How many school lunches could you buy? I believe it was reported today that the first week of the war or something had cost $11 billion. Let's see here if I can find it. For example, Reuters said, Idris Ali Reuters, officials from President Trump's administration estimated in a congressional briefing this week that the first 6 days of the war in Iran had cost the U.S. at least $11.3 billion, a source familiar with the matter said on Wednesday. The New York Times had a similar report. The New York Times said Pentagon tells Congress the first week of the war cost more than $11 billion. I think they maybe are adjusting the sound on this feed. Maybe the mic's getting fixed. Mentioned it was all staticky before. Thank you, Sam JB. The oil price right now, let's see. Oil has been going up a bit today, guys. Some of our viewers are talking about it too. I am seeing it at... Oh, it's up a bunch, guys. Oil has gone up a bunch in the last few hours. Brent crude is getting close to 100 again. Brent crude oil right now is at $99, basically. Brent crude is at roughly... Oops. I think they're fixed. There's a temporary issue with the feed. Let me get you the other Beirut feed while we're waiting for this one. But what I want to show you is... Hold on. Here. Let's do this. Oh, I have the other one right here. Let's make this bigger. That's still Beirut. Then here's Tel Aviv. Hold on. We got to talk about the price of oil, guys. What am I looking at here? So this should be top. Okay, so we'll take this, make this small, put this right there. Again, the price of Brent crude is approaching $100 right now. Brent crude is it's above $99. It is really going up a bunch. So it looks like it might hit 100 in the coming minutes. This is after the announcement about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve release. WTI crude American is about $94. Oops. Is this feed back yet? Okay, that feed is back. One moment here. So we got this feed back. Why is this all weird looking? Hold on. What we need is what's happening here. Oh, I know what we got to do. I think they fixed the sound on the Beirut camp. They fixed the sound on the Beirut camp. Yeah, I'm seeing a price of Brent crude at about 99 right now. Brent crude about 99 right now. Will we see Brent crude above 100 in a minute or in a few minutes? The UAE says they are currently dealing with missile attacks and incoming drones from Iran. So tonight, Iran has attacked the UAE, Bahrain, and Dubai. We know, in addition to Israel, we know that. Oh, and also 2 tankers off the coast of Iraq. Oh, Dubai is in the UAE, yes. I said Dubai, but Dubai is not a country. Dubai is part of the UAE. Sorry about that, if I said it was. If I said it was a country, that's clearly incorrect. Oh, and then UK, I hadn't seen this. I just spotted this too. UKMTO. Hey guys, there's a new statement from UKMTO on the two tankers incident. Thanks AZ Intel for pointing out that they had posted. I hadn't seen it. All right, so check this out. Look at this. Here you can see it's in the Persian Gulf near Iraq. UKMTO has received a report of an incident south of Al Basra in Iraq. TTW? Is that something? 5 miles south of Iraq. TTW? Some kind of abbreviation? Oh, territorial waters is TTW, Iraq territorial waters. A third party reported that 2 tankers have been struck by an unknown projectile. Reports say that these were drone boats, explosives-laden boats. The CSO of one affected vessel confirmed that the attack had caused a fire on board. There's video of huge fire. The CSO reported the crew have been evacuated and safe. Investigations to identify the second vessel affected continue. Again, reportedly, one of these is U.S.-owned, one of these is Greek-owned. No environmental impact has been reported at this time. That's 5 ships attacked in 2 days. 5 ships in 2 days. Funky Town says oil prices are going to skyrocket. Brent crude is about $99 now. Also, waiting to get more info on what Bahrain said that that drones attacked some fuel tanks. It's possible that was at Bahrain airport, but I don't know. Maybe we'll do a quick poll. How much longer will the war last? 1 week, 2 weeks, month, longer. We're doing a poll. We haven't done a poll today. I posted it on Twitch. Thanks, Vincent Benoit. Thanks, Vincent Benoit, for the Facebook stars. Hang on. Sorry. I need to post this poll on Facebook. Then I can give you the results of the poll. One week, 2 weeks, month, longer. I have activated the poll. Thought I did. Okay, now let's see what people said. Let's see what people said. Oops, I got to do it a different way. Okay, on YouTube, here is the poll results on YouTube. Oopsie, I was going to do it on YouTube. That's not it. That's not it. That's the wrong thing. Let's do it this way. Here we go. Right. It's completely wrong. Oh, I see what happened. You're going to see Google in the middle of the screen. Google. Like, it's not Google. Google is not the poll result. Google's not the poll result. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. State secrets revealed. State secrets were revealed. Yes. Here we go. Let's try this one more time. I can't even see it. All right, now I can see it. Let's try this again. Okay, YouTube. 60% say longer than a month. Wow. That's on YouTube. Facebook, by the way, is, can I even see Facebook? Where did the Facebook poll go? 63% on Facebook say longer than a month, 18% a month, 18% 2 weeks, and 7% a week. And then how about Twitch? What do they have to say for themselves? Twitch is 79% longer than a month. %. So most of you, the great majority in the poll, think it's going to be longer than a month. Facebook polls have started working again. Hold on one second here. Hold on. I need one moment here. All right. Twitch poll disappeared. The Twitch poll disappeared, so I got to get rid of the Twitch poll. Let me get rid of the Twitch poll here. So let's get rid of this. Where did it go? Now what's happening? So confused. Where'd it go? Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay, sorry. I got a little confused. Okay. Thanks for voting in our poll. People think, again, the large majority of you think it's going for longer than a month. Okay. Sorry about that. I was just dealing with something. Trisha Liderson says no plan means never-ending war. The Quarter Pounder thinks next year. The Shadi Jihadi says as long as Iran stays pissed. Sly says I was Army for 35 years. Those of us that spent time in military know this is a quagmire in the making. Bree thinks it'll be 2 months. Real Streamweaver says panicins in the poll tonight. Hey, thanks so much, NW5451, who says the war between Iran and U.S. has been going on for over 40 years. It won't end soon. Thanks, Princess Teapot. Thanks, Space Dust. Thanks, Christine Gagnon. Thank you. Also, Rob PZ. Rob is shilling stocks. Rob, please don't shill stocks in our chat. Thanks, Dude Guy Show. Dude Guy Show says the ticker is USO for what America pays. USO, I guess, is a United States oil fund used to track the price of crude oil in the U.S. market for whatever it's worth. Thanks, Dude Guy Show. Thanks, Alan Robinson. Is Israel still getting hit hard? Yeah, we're not allowed, the news agencies are not allowed to show video of the missiles flying through the air. But Israel does report when missiles land and people get hurt. Generally speaking, the last week, there have, very few direct hits. But Iran is not firing many missiles at Israel. They're firing barrages of like one missile or a couple missiles. They have not been firing. It seems like they're concentrating a lot. First of all, I don't know how many missiles they have left, but a lot of their attacks are concentrated on other countries, not Iran, not Israel. There's been a bunch of rockets fired tonight from Hezbollah at Israel. But Iran is just not, there have not been many direct hits in Israel in the last week, but there haven't been many missiles fired at Israel. Way more rockets lately from Lebanon than missiles from Iran. Iran seems to just be concentrating on, they fire a lot of drones at other countries, and they've been concentrating on firing stuff at other Gulf countries. I would think there's a decent chance if they fire missiles, they're just going to get attacked after. Maybe the launchers get attacked or whatever, or the people firing they get attacked. But remember that, there were more direct hits last year in the 12-day war, but Iran was firing way more missiles. Thanks, GT500, who says, what is the stated goal of this operation? Thanks, GT500. Thank you also, Princess Teapot. Yeah, the merch links from, the mods will post a link to merch. I don't really talk about it on the air, but yes, the links, we have a link that links to the different merch, and all of that is legit. The stuff that's linked to in our merch link. The mods will post the merch link. So if you look at that link, you'll find the different links to the different types of merch. Thanks for asking. Princess Teapot. Brent crude is at about $99. Brent crude oil. About $99. John McGreevy says now they have missiles with multiple warheads, so one missile equals 10 war. You mean like cluster munitions? I see what you're saying, but cluster munitions have been getting shot down. The cluster missiles. But in theory, they could get through. I can post once the merch link. I don't know if it's posting properly, but hold on. Let's see here. Where is it? I think I have it right here. I will post the link to the merch for people who asked for it. The official link. We're going to go a little while longer here, and then I'm going to take a break because I got to make myself take a break. I could just keep going and going and going, but I don't think that's really good for the long term. If this thing is going to keep going, I have to pace myself. So we'll go a little while longer tonight, but I ate a couple hours ago. I ate a meal. It could be years, says Thai Tours. By the way, I haven't shouted out. I shouted out to Twitch subscribers. Oops, you know what I didn't do? I don't think I closed the poll. I didn't close the poll on Facebook. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers, by the way. All of them. Hold on. I got to close the Facebook poll. I didn't do that. Okay, I got that done. I haven't shouted out the YouTube members yet. Our YouTube members like Sarah M., Least Trustworthy Weasel, Evelyn in Maine, Waltham, Mass, By the Sea, Lolly Lollipop, Clarence Space Dust, Solar Ponds, Stacy Gary Baines, Nathan Kirk, Sheppy Guy, One and Only, Riri Patton. Thanks to all of our members there. Paula Faust, Ruth Anderson, Weasel Man. Thank you. By the way, Iran said today the world should be ready for $200 a barrel oil. That's what Iran said today. Three ships were hit in Gulf waters yesterday, and 2 so far in the new day, in recent hours. See, this is like, the headline's a little confusing. I think it should say 5 ships attacked in 2 days. Near Iran, you know. How about that? 5 commercial ships attacked in 2 days. That's a good way to put it. Oil near $100. Hey, thanks to hold on. Thanks to Jerachi, who says there is a flotilla of Chinese fishing boats in the middle of the Arabian Sea. You can see them on the naval tracker. What is it? That I can't help you with. I am not a ship expert. I have not seen anybody report anything like that they say is out of the ordinary. So I just don't know. I can't speak to that, Jerachi. But thank you, Jerachi. Hold on. If any of the experts I follow say something about it, I'll let you know. Also, thanks to Glenn, New Zealand. Yes, Glenn, we everything you mentioned in your post, Glenn, we talked about a little earlier. Tanker Trackers had reported, tankertrackers.com said the 2 ships were the Safe Sea Vishnu and the Zephyros, one of them owned by a Greek owner, one of them owned by a U.S. owner, and they were anchored near each other, apparently doing a ship-to-ship transfer. Thank you so much, Glenn, New Zealand. Those were the two tankers attacked, reportedly in Iraqi territorial waters tonight. Reportedly attacked by explosives-laden boats. Thanks, Miss Curvy, Jessica W., Haley Girl. And again, thanks so much to Glenn, New Zealand. I really appreciate that. Glenn, New Zealand. Reuters says shares fell in Asia Thursday as oil prices jumped, that more ships had been struck in the Strait of Hormuz and in Iraqi waters, fueling inflation and pushing borrowing costs higher worldwide. Oh, I have a report. I have a little video about oil prices. Let's watch the video from Reuters. Let's do that. Okay, so you can see this says, Iran tells world to get ready for oil at $200 a barrel. I am hearing audio from somewhere else. Must be from that stream. Sorry. Iran tells world to get ready for oil at $200 a barrel as it fires on merchant ships. Let's watch this video from Reuters here. Check it out. I'm going to watch a video.
Iran said the war.
Oops. We need the actual video. Where's the video? There's no video. Did I just download the audio? One moment, please. What did I do? No, I downloaded the video. Let's try this again. I don't know why the video wasn't playing.
Iran said the world should get evacuation
something is clearly
of the
wrong.
crew.
Something is wrong because it is a video. What am I doing wrong here? Let me try opening it with a different player. Open with media player? It's playing there. It doesn't make any sense. Oh. Let's try one more thing here. I'll play it for you. My normal player. Oh, I see what's happening here. I'm sorry. It was my fault. My bad. It'll play in a second. One moment here. That was my fault. Give me about 20 seconds here and we should be good to go. Here.
The bulk carrier that was set up.
Here. Oh, we have the video. You can see it now. Fantastic. Let's watch this video from Reuters talking about oil prices.
Iran said the world should get ready for oil to hit $200 a barrel as its forces attacked merchant ships on Wednesday in the blockaded Gulf. That included a Thai-flagged bulk carrier that was set ablaze, forcing the evacuation of the crew, with 3 people reported missing and believed trapped in the engine room. Iran also fired at Israel and targets across the Middle East on Wednesday, demonstrating it can still fight back despite what the Pentagon has described as the most intense U.S.-Israeli strikes yet. Ibrahim Zolfagari is a spokesperson for Iran's military command who addressed the United States in his remarks.
You will not be able to keep oil and energy prices artificially low through economic life support. As we have already warned, if the war spreads across the region, expect oil to reach $200 per barrel. Oil prices follow the level of security in the region, and the source of that insecurity is you.
Oil prices that shot up earlier this week have eased and stock markets have rebounded, with investors betting for now that U.S. President Donald Trump will find a quick way to end the war he began alongside Israel. Trump, who has repeatedly tried to reassure markets this week that the campaign will end soon, has said there is practically nothing left to target in Iran.
They've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force.
But so far, there has been no let-up on the ground or any sign that ships can safely sail through the Strait of Hormuz. On Wednesday, Trump said oil companies should still be using the crucial waterway.
Are you talking to the CEOs of various oil companies, encouraging them to use the Strait of Hormuz right now?
I think they should. I think they should use the Strait.
A fifth of the world's oil has been blockaded behind a narrow channel along the Iranian coast, in the worst disruption to energy supplies since the oil shocks of the 1970s. The International Energy Agency, made up of major oil-consuming nations, recommended releasing 400 million barrels from global strategic reserves to stabilize prices. Washington swiftly endorsed the move. IEA Executive Director Fatih Birol said it was the biggest such intervention in its history.
IEA countries will be making 400 million barrels of oil available. This is a major action aiming to alleviate the immediate impacts of the disruption in markets. But, to be clear, the most important thing for a return to stable flows of oil and gas is the resumption of transit through the Strait of Hormuz.
Oil prices, which shot up above $100 a barrel on Monday, have since settled around $90, suggesting investors are betting on a swift end to the war and reopening of the strait. Iranian officials made clear on Wednesday they intended to impose a prolonged economic shock as the war carries on. After offices of a bank in Tehran were hit overnight, Iran's military said it would respond with attacks on banks that do business with the United States or Israel. Iran said the world should get ready for oil
Oops, I was muted. Sorry. I said, hang on a moment here. Iran is saying they are going to make this economically painful. And hold on a moment here. What was I going to say? What is this? Here's a different. I have a video from Iran too. This is from Tabriz. Real quick, here is a video from Tabriz, Iran, after an explosion there, I assume from an airstrike.
Iran said the world should get ready for oil.
Here, this is from, was this yesterday? Then I'll take some comments from you guys. Hey, look, this is from Tabriz, also from Reuters. Eyewitness video shows thick plumes of smoke rising after a blast in northwest Iran. Pretty scary. Hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Just one moment. Then I'll take some comments. The current oil price is about $98.50 that I can see. Brent crude. Too much open here. Too many things open on my desktop. Yes, a couple people asked about the Amazon merch. Again, all of the links on the merch link. We have one merch link that lists various things. So everything on there is legit, including the Amazon merch. But get it through the link. If you go to Amazon and search through, there may be fake merch I don't know about. But if you use the links on our official merch link, which the mods will post again, those are all legitimate. Those are all legitimate. And I never mentioned the merch, but a number of people have asked about it. So I wanted to mention it. Okay, let's see here. Hang on. Hey, thanks to Carolyn Phelps. Thank you so much, Carolyn. And Chrissy Hand. Chrissy, I missed your super chat? What? I'm sorry. I apologize. I obviously try to get all of them. Oh, I hadn't caught up yet. Sorry, that's my fault, Chrissy. I did miss that from before. Comment on the viability of the threat against Iranian drones against California. So this is not, again, this is when we've been now streaming for 8 hours. So most people don't watch the stream for 8 hours. I don't mind if you do, but most don't. So what happens is a story like that, a lot of people are interested in. People keep asking me about it. So we have now talked about that story 4 times. I will briefly talk about it again because I know people are interested in it, but I'm not ignoring you. It's just this will make the 5th time we've talked about it. So, and we've addressed this question. So just know, this is what happens when it's a big story. as I said before, there is nothing to suggest in the report that the FBI told California that they had gotten some intelligence that said Iran allegedly was aspiring to attack California with drones. Nothing that I have seen at all suggests that Iran was close to be able to doing it, that they had made serious preparations to do it, that the FBI thinks they have a good chance of being able to do such a thing. There's no information on what the FBI information was. Now, maybe if I saw the FBI's information, I'd be like, wow, that's really scary. But again, I just want to clarify, because we keep getting asked about this, is there's nothing in the report that says, oh, they'd rented a ship, they're experts on this, there's like an 80% chance they'll be successful. There's nothing about that. Literally, the language of the warning, according to ABC News, the warning said, at least this is what ABC News said. The warning said, I'm going to read it to you. It said, the FBI said to California police, I guess, or whoever, we recently acquired information that as of February, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vehicle off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California. In the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran, we have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. It is very unspecific. There's hardly any detail in it. And there's nothing in it about the realism of them doing this, the likelihood of them doing this, the degree of preparation that may or may not have happened. So that's really all I can say, is that I just read you, according to ABC News, what the alert says. It doesn't say that much. Now, they did think it was worth telling them, right? So there's that. They did think it was worth mentioning, but it's hard to judge when you don't have any information. So I can't really say, because I don't know what information the FBI has. Could a one or two people use very basic drones or something and have access to a boat? I mean, it doesn't seem like a crazy thought. Do these people do regular people in the U.S. have access to Iranian Shahed drones? That seems a bit more unlikely. I don't know if it's impossible. So again, I just want people to be not read into things that aren't there in the report. So, okay, that's the last we're going to mention it on this broadcast. I have agreed to mention it many times because I know people have a lot of interest in it, but I can't talk about it a sixth time. But I know, again, people don't watch the whole stream. So, hey, thank you again. So Chrissy Hand. Sorry, I missed the first super chat, Chrissy. Also, Haley Girl, Miss Curvy, and Jessica W. Thanks for being members. And let's see here. Yeah. We're going to go a couple more minutes here, but I'm going to make myself take a break. That's what's got to happen. CNBC says oil surges 7% despite release reserve announcement as markets doubt supply relief. By the way, if you have been watching for 8 hours, I do appreciate it. It's very nice of you. What happened to the volume? Oh, I know what happened to the volume. I did something to the volume. JS says drones will be fired from Mexico. Black Irish thinks the war will continue into April at least because the U.S. Black Irish doesn't thinks the U.S. has to fight on Iran's terms. Black Irish thinks the U.S. has to limit its targets to specific targets inside Iran. And they have already eliminated most of those. He thinks they won't go after like Iran's oil infrastructure because it'll have a negative impact on oil prices and markets worldwide. That's what Black Irish thinks. Among other things. He says Iran just needs to increase production of their inexpensive unmanned aircraft and flood the region with drones. So I mean, you know, we've had questions in the chat about this. Is the question of when is the U.S. What is the goal here for the U.S.? Some of our viewers, because if the U.S. has a goal, then they're not going to end until they met that goal. So I cannot speak to what President Trump's goal is. But we've heard different things. I mean, eliminate literally every one of their missiles. I don't know that you're going to be able to verify that. Is capturing their enriched uranium part of the goal? The administration has said it's not regime change. You know. Is there a certain list of leaders? They want to kill all of them? They've said destroy the Navy. So I guess destroy literally every boat in the Navy. Maybe that's a goal. One of our views says obviously regime change. But I mean, if you want to know when the U.S. is going to stop, you have to know what their goal is. Unless you think that the goal could change or something like that. And then there's also Israel as well. Also, I don't know how much pressure will Gulf states put on the U.S. and Israel to stop if they keep getting attacked. How much is the price of oil going to go up? We've had 5 commercial ships attacked in 2 days. We've had just today Oman's biggest port. As far as we know, it's still on fire, the biggest port in Oman. The huge fire there from a drone attack. And they said they were still trying to keep it from spreading, last we heard. Huge fire in Oman's biggest port. There's a fire, there's an attack tonight in where was it? Bahrain. Some fuel tanks got hit somewhere in Bahrain. They didn't say specifically where. You know, how long is this going to go on for? What's the impact on the oil prices? Do these Gulf countries start saying like, hey, can you start wrapping this thing up? We don't want to keep having all of these prominent sites hit in our country day after day with drones. I also am guessing it's not, aside from the Gulf countries' obvious effect on their business, like oil business and natural gas business. I'm sure it isn't good for tourism. I'm sure it isn't good for just doing business in general. A number of the huge airports there are not functioning or functioning at very limited capacity. So these all have costs. So I do wonder how long they're, at a certain point, are they going to put more pressure on U.S. and Israel? Maybe they won't. Maybe they're happy with everything. I don't know. Maybe they think, yes, it'll benefit us in the long run to do this to Iran. But a lot of these, one of our viewers just said, Armandair said, drones are cheap and they can cause serious damage. I mean, we keep hearing about these attacks by drones. These attacks in the Gulf countries, most of them seem like they're by drones, not missiles. And also, these aren't missiles attacking these ships in the Gulf and the ships in and near the Strait of Hormuz. I'm guessing they're drones, or they could be water-based drones, So in theory, that's something, they're not manned craft. In theory, that's something Iran can keep doing. What is Israel's endgame, says Raisback? It's already been, what, 12 days? Right? 12 days? Because it's Thursday. Well, it's Thursday there. Checking some updates here. Hey guys, I'm not answering any more merch questions. This is not the merch. I'm sorry, but this is not the merch customer service line. No more merch questions. You'll have to ask the suppliers. I'm sorry. I've seen a bunch in the last couple of minutes from multiple people. We're focusing on the news, not the merch. I'm seeing a report that possibly the Bahrain State Oil Company tanks are on fire again. There's an account I follow on Telegram that posts a lot of reports and videos. Seem pretty accurate to me. They claim that the Babco tanks in Iran are on fire and Bahrain are on fire again. I think they've been hit a couple times. That's the state oil company. Well, I'll keep an eye out. I think they were hit a couple days ago. Oh yeah, people are like looking at a Navy plane that is squawking 7,700. So squawking 7,700 does not mean the plane's going to crash. Let me show you something. Flight radar 24. As the popularity of flight tracking has grown, each time an aircraft squawks 7,700, thousands of users turn to Flight Radar 24 to follow the flight. What is squawking 7,700? It comes from the Universal Transponder Code for General Emergency. It is important to note that squawking 7,700 only indicates a problem in need of immediate attention, not necessarily a problem that is an immediate danger to the aircraft. Conversely, aircraft with a major problem do not necessarily squawk 7,700. For instance, the pilot, anyways, just to be clear, a plane squawking 7,700 does not mean it's about to crash. So I guess people are looking at this flight on Flight Radar 24 because it is a Navy plane squawking 7,700. It says. Down at the bottom it says squawk 7,700. You can't see it on the screen right now, but it says squawking 7,700. And it's here. It's a plane at the south of Israel, which came from down here, from Saudi Arabia. But anyways, I don't know what the problem is, but commercial aircraft regularly squawk 7,700 and don't crash. In this blog post on Flight Radar 24, they say we looked at approximately 14 months of data from the end of December 2022 to the middle of March 2024. During that period of time, the number of plane squawking 7,700 events per week averaged 36. The maximum week was 67. The minimum was 19. So I just want to be clear that it could be super serious. I hope it's not, but doesn't mean it's going to crash. All right, I'm going to make myself start wrapping this up. I have to, because we're going to be covering this more. We're going to be covering this more. So I gotta. It's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I got to take a break. I got to just chill for a little bit. And who knows, there might be other big news that I have to come on the air for. So we're going to start wrapping up this stream. I got to do it. Have to do it. Again, we need to pace ourselves. By the way, if you're watching on Facebook, Facebook stream ends after 8 hours. It's going to end in like 4 minutes on Facebook. I don't think I'm going to restart the Facebook stream because there's no need to restart it for 3 minutes. So Facebook viewers, thank you for watching over there on Facebook. Let me just shout out the Facebook people real quick. Kay was modding over there, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, our subscribers like Christy Claft, Barry Eisler, LT, thank you. Dolly Clark. Facebook, they're gonna cut you off in a minute or two. So Facebook viewers, thank you. Also Facebook stars, Vincent Benoit, Jackie Glassman, Brian Davio, Heather Rain Waldron. All right, so Facebook, if you want to see the rest of the broadcast as we sign off, you can switch over to one of the other platforms. Philip Matthew Fleming, Kyle Palumbo, Darren Challow. I'm just saying bye to the Facebook people. Okay. Join us on one of the other platforms, Facebook, for the last few minutes if you want. Okay. Yeah, I gotta pace myself. Also, again, there could be other big news. There could be big news on this in an hour. So we gotta be careful here. We don't want to burn out and not be able to cover anything. All right. I really appreciate you guys being here. And we're obviously going to have more coverage. Okay? If there's big developments in an hour, I can do another stream. All right? But I got to take a break. But if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news. And we cover this war, and we'll be covering it more. But I'm sure there'll be other news soon that we need to cover too. So subscribe, follow. I would suggest turn on the notifications. Turn on the notifications for the channel. Because I never know when there's going to be new big news and I'm going to jump on the air. If you turn on the free notifications, you will get sent a notification before we go live that says, hey, we're going live now. So you don't miss a stream. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. And you can find the notifications, sign up for free in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So sign up for those. Follow me on X if you want, and I will be posting updates on X as I always do, breaking news updates. At Lookner on X, you can find me over there. But follow over there for breaking news. Again, I really appreciate people tuning in and sending me updates and letting me read your comments on the air and questions. So thank you for that. And thanks to everybody who donated, obviously. I'll thank the people in a second, but thank you so much for supporting the channel. That's really kind of you. I owe some more thank yous. In a second, I'll get to them. But first, I want to thank our moderators. We have moderating. We've had a bunch of people moderating today. It's awesome. That's how we can have our chat rooms. We couldn't have them otherwise. So Leslie, Lady Hawk, Ruth, and moderating over there on YouTube, and all of our YouTube moderators. Thank you. Roberts May Queen. Again on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Over on Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, and Certainly Dev. Thank you. And our Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. Thank you for watching. Thanks for not watching. Thanks for moderating over there. What was I going to say? So again, huge thanks to our mods. They're the ones who keep the chat respectful and under control, and couldn't have it without them. So thank you so much. Also, thanks to everybody who donated. So nice of you guys. You are the ones who support the channel, who allow the channel to exist, who allow me to buy news footage and stuff with all your support. So huge thanks. I still have to thank Ken Lance, the King of Wit, the Paul G3. Thank you, the Paul G3, who likes the bucket hat. Sean C, our member. Thank you, Miss Curvy. Thank you so much, Miss Curvy, for all your support. Tom Hagen, thank you. Who else? I owe a thanks to Cindy Morse. Plant Seer. Plant Seer says, why do people keep calling it a war? No declaration. Thank you, Chrissy Hand. Also on Twitch. Oh, I got behind on Twitch. Oh no. Once in a while I get behind thanking people. I did on Twitch. So I did not thank Thalin2K for subscribing, Gamer Sheppy for subscribing. Mr. Bag, oh, I missed it. I don't know if Mr. Baghead is still working, but it's still working. It's still watching. But Mr. Baghead gave 20 gift subs on Twitch, and I didn't even see it. Oh no. Is Mr. Baghead still watching? I apologize. That's super nice of you. I just, once in a while, I forget. I forget where I'm looking, and I forget to look. Thanks also King Kaiju for subscribing. Citizen X for your support. I don't know if Mr. Baghead is still there. I'll have to write a thank you to Mr. Baghead. I feel terrible. My bad. My bad. I don't think Mr. Baghead is there anymore. Okay, next time I will do better. I will do better. And did I thank everybody? Did I thank King Kaiju? I think I just did. Citizen X, thank you on Twitch. Thanks everyone for your support. Oh, did I get everybody else? Hopefully I got everybody else. All right. And let's see here. So thanks so much for supporting the channel. Oh, Cindy Maynard, thank you. And Sarge's Customs, thank you. All right. And let's see here. Hot Rodacy says, I told him it wasn't personal, but he was big mad. Again, once in a while, I just forget to look and then I feel terrible. All right. I'll have to do better next time. Ooh, what's happening now? Oh, there's a fire. Hey, get this, guys. Bahrain says the Ministry of the Interior urges citizens and residents in 4 different areas to remain in their homes and close windows and ventilation openings as a precautionary measure against the potential effects of smoke from the fire currently being fought. Bahrain said earlier that drones had hit fuel tanks on this island where the airport is, although I don't know if it was at the airport. They say, so they're telling people this fire is so bad, they're telling people to stay in their homes and close windows and ventilation openings. They just posted that. But I don't know the exact location. I have to keep an eye on that. Let's see here. Another good way to find out when we're live is to, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there before we go live. I also give you updates about the channel over there at Agenda Free TV. And let's see, what else did I want to mention? Oh, we do have a free chat where you can chat to other viewers when we're not on the air. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air for free. The Discord chat, check it out. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Check out the Discord chat. Big thanks to our Discord moderators. Thank you, Discord moderators, for all you do to help on Discord. And also, if you are a YouTube viewer, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. Here we go. YouTube notifications. What you got to do is you got to subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, click the bell and choose all notifications. Now, I thanked the Facebook subscribers before. Thank you to all of our Facebook subscribers again. Bloomberg reports Iraq's oil terminals have suspended operations. That's according to Bloomberg. 2 oil tankers have been attacked in Iraqi waters, according to the country's state oil marketer, prompting the nation's oil terminals to suspend operations, says Bloomberg. Yeah, we talked about those 2 ships attacked before. Give me a moment here. Again, if there is huge developments, we can always come back on the year later. Nothing is stopping us from doing another stream. So I will be keeping up on things as things develop. Where is here? What was I doing? What was I doing? Where was I going to look for something? Oh. So I told you guys that Bahrain said there were fuel tanks attacked, and I said, were that at the airport? One account I follow that posts a lot of video says that the fuel tanks are burning at Bahrain airport, but I have not seen that confirmed yet. I wouldn't be surprised if that turns out to be what's burning there. We'll have to keep looking. But don't be surprised if that turns out to be what's burning. Hey, thanks to our YouTube members. Thank you so much, people like Miss Curvy, the one and only least trustworthy weasel, Sylvia S., PB Andre, Evelyn in Maine, NY Committee, Sarge's Customs, Val Cargo, Ken Lance, Vanilla Coke, Haruna Q, and all of our other members over there on YouTube. Paula Faust, Lindsay, thanks. Our Twitch subscribers, hey, shout out to all of you guys. Wall Street Shaggy, CC Static X, Lockies, Grant 74P, Gina Pina, Bastion Girl, Gonzalez, thanks Gonzalez, Strong One, My Mind Spray, Wall Street, all of our Twitch subscribers, thank you. Here is the post in English. Here is the post, by the way, from Bahrain. Remember, earlier they said that they had fuel tanks hit by drones on the island that the airport is on, Muharraq. So, Ministry of Interior urges citizens and residents in Heed, Arad, Kalali, and Samahij to remain in their homes, close windows and ventilation openings as a precaution against potential effects from smoke from the fire currently being fought. Relevant authorities will keep you updated. These countries, they do not let video get out, it appears, when stuff happens there. I mean, stuff can like trickle out, but you don't see news video there. And you don't see lots of people posting on social media there. You know, I think it's interesting. There's an interesting question to be asked about how does it affect the world portrayal of the world's view of these events. If there were like news cameras just showing these giant fires live every night, would people think differently about this war? Because this looks like a giant fire, but you don't, you know, very limited actual coverage of it. Lion King says it's because they're banned from doing so. Yeah, I don't know the exact controls, but the general impression I have is that they are very controlled over what you're allowed to post. But, you know, A lot of these events, you see stuff after the fact, and your little clips, and you're like, wow, that's an enormous fire. All right, so they posted that. Oh, I was going to really quick. I was going to look this up anyway. Where are the Samahij and Kalali? Where are those places? Samahij. Okay, so look, Samahij is right near the airport. There's Galali, is right near the airport. There's Arad, right near the airport. And what's the other place? Arad, is it Busaitin, the other one? Heed, Arad, Kalali, and Samahij. Samahij, Kalali, Heed is there. And where's the other one? Where's Arad? Yeah, Arad is here and Heed is here. So all of these surround the airport. These are all towns. These are all neighborhoods surrounding the airport. Okay, all of these. I strongly suspect that these fuel tanks are at the airport. Okay, that's my strong suspicions. Anyways. All right, we're wrapping it up. Again, if there's big news, we can come back on the air. Oil right now is Brent crude. As we sign off, I am seeing it's about 98 and some, 98 plus Brent crude. All right, guys, we're wrapping it up. Thank you to our other viewers as well. I appreciate everybody watching. Thank you so much. PB Andre, thank you. And Paper City Gamer, thank you. Blonke, thank you. Maiden Footy, thank you. Silver Hornet, Pantherax, all of our other viewers. CAC, Sandy Thring. All right. Luis Alfredo Rodriguez, Scott. All right, got to wrap it up. Hey, Gonzalez, thanks for your support, Gonzalez, on Twitch. And Extreme Tiger, thank you. And Big Dog Gaming, thank you. All right, that is it, guys. We're wrapping it up. We're going to have more coverage. I know we're going to. We'll have to see what happens, but who knows? There might be big news later tonight. But for now, I'm getting off the air, taking a break. Oh, thanks, Haroon AQ from South Africa. Thanks, Haroon, and also Cindy Maynard. And that is it for now. Thanks for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.